Hello ladies and gents, how are you doing? Hope you're having a great day. We're going to be starting things very shortly between Fnatic and Dignitas. We're currently just waiting for the players to get on the server, and then we'll be jumping into Overpass, followed by Cobblestone, and then later on, as you can see on the overlay, it's going to be Dignitas facing off against Penta. So two solid double best of ones, if that makes sense. We're going to have 4 maps coming at you today. Whatever happens, we'll be going for a while here on the V stream, so stay tuned. We will be right back as soon as I have more information for you. Right now we only have 1 player on the server, so it could be a little while. Hopefully we're not going to be delayed by too long. So, be right back. ladies and gents, quick update again for those of you that are just joining the stream, wondering why we're not live. We are currently waiting for the players to get on the server. There's about 6 or 7 players on at this point, including a couple of coaches, so it could take a little while longer. As soon as we have more information, we'll pass that along to you, but it could take a little while longer, maybe another 5 or so minutes, and I'll be jumping into Overpass, followed by Cobblestone between Fnatic and Team Dignitas, and then match number 2, which will be happening in a couple of hours' time, is Dignitas facing Penta, who went 1-1 with Thorok yesterday, and did pretty solidly, honestly. They're up in Nuke as well to the very end. It could have easily gone 2-0 to them. I think it was 16-14. So 2 solid matches today for you. I meant this, I'm going to be casting alongside Dust, and we are going to be waiting for the teams to get on the server. As soon as they do, we'll be hopping live and getting underway with this match. Stay patient, guys. We'll be right back. Right guys, just a quick warning, we're going to be restarting the stream, just as there is a couple of technical issues that we want to fix before we get into the game, just to make sure you don't miss any of the Counter-Strike. So don't panic, don't be too worried, we're going to be restarting the stream, and then we'll be keeping things live throughout the rest of the games. So we'll be right back, guys. We do have more players joining the server now, so as soon as we've restarted the stream, myself and Dust will probably have a bit of a pre-game talk about what we think is going to happen. So we'll be right back. Alright, ladies and gents, we are going to be jumping in with a bit of pre-game show here. We're still waiting on the players, we're still waiting on the game to start going live, so don't worry, you're not missing anything right now. But as I said before I met this, I'm going to be joined by Dust. Hopefully Dust is here on TS with me now. How you doing, good sir?
Wouldn't it be so awkward if I wasn't, though? What if I just would have thrown you under the bus and just not said anything?
Just got completely wrecked.
It's got absolutely... Just a great way to start the stream, of course.
So, coming into this game, Dust, you know, Fnatic,
Yes.
they've gone under a few changes. I think this is
changes.
pretty widely known. They've got a very new look roster, which not necessarily been firing on all cylinders, but I think there's definitely a lot of potential there to get back up towards the top. But when it comes to Overpass, this is a map that Fnatic really haven't played much lately. I think the last time was a few months ago. They played against G2, they got smashed 16-2. So,
Right.
What are your thoughts coming into this as far as Fnatic are concerned? Do they have a chance? Is there anything you can really go off here?
I mean, the bottom line is that this is a brand new Fnatic, right? I mean, you can't even really draw too many parallels to the previous one. I mean, yes, they still have Dennis and Olafmeister, and yes, those two play similar roles to what they did in the past, but, I mean, you don't even have, like, a core 3 anymore, right? Which seems to be kind of the golden rule I kind of use whenever I'm trying to study a team. If the same core 3 or 4 players remains and you just swap out 1 or 2 players, there's still somewhat of an identity there from the past. But with this Fnatic, they've completely changed their lineup, right? There's only 2 remaining players, and they have just a different identity as a whole, really. Just from watching some of their games, not on Overpass because I haven't played an Overpass match yet with this 5, but when I've watched them play maps like Cash and Cobble, which are maps they've played a ton so far in Pro League, they don't look nearly as explosive. Like they're a way more patient team than what I'm used to remembering from old Fnatic. Remember the old Fnatic, right? The one that still had, you know, JW Crims and company was just a really explosive, fast-paced team, very loose in their play style, musical chairs with the op, you know, situation where everyone seemed to hold that gun. This team's similar with the opping. It seems to pass around a lot, but again, they just seem like a little bit slower pace than a lot of the games I've seen.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good points there. I mean, coming into this, again, you look at the stats and it looks pretty precarious, especially as Dignitas are not a terrible Overpass team. You know, they're a team that definitely could come in and get a lot of work done. So it doesn't bode well. But as you say, it is a new look team. We're not sure. Maybe they've just been practicing the hell out of Overpass and this is their chance to show what they've got done. But as we're talking, ladies and gents, the match has just been paused. But I think we're about ready to jump into the pistol round. I hope.
Mm-hmm. I hope so as well. That'd be brilliant. But yeah, as you noted, I mean, Overpass is certainly a map that Dignitas is no slouch on. Granted, they haven't played it so much since they put this 5 together. Obviously, Magic's Boy is newer to the team, and even Cajun B hasn't been on the team that long, I guess you could say. The core of like MSO Rubino config has remained for some time, though, ever since the beginning of this year when they had that big run. But yeah, Overpass certainly a map that they are pretty decent on. They did have that win over Godson at Star Ladder. I think that's the only time they've played it offline since getting Magic's Boy. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely some familiarity there from Dignitas on this map. Whereas for Fnatic, it's a big mystery to me. Again, haven't seen them play it since they put this new lineup together, and obviously this lineup's radically different from the Fnatic of the past. So this will be an interesting game to watch. This will be kind of like your debut of Fnatic and Overpass, see how they want to approach it.
Yeah, it sure will. And I'm very curious to see how they're going to fare into this. As you can see, guys, we are just about ready to get underway in the pistol. The pauses came and gone. Hopefully it's all sorted now. But going to have both teams dipping in with a little bit of utility with Wenton on the diffuse kit and the smoke. And obviously MSL, the leader, the brains behind the operation of Dignitas, who has himself the utility as well. But we've got 3 players already in Connector, and this is going to be a very close confrontation. It's going to be Olafmeister, who's very nearly going to get the first frag, but there he goes. He gets the 4th instead, and Dignitas has been completely gutted in this round, completely ripped to shreds, and it's all that man, the aforementioned leader of MSL, who has the Glock and a dream, really, up against 4 Swedes that you definitely don't want to be messing with, and it's going to be Dennis that gets the final hit. So fantastic round by Fnatic, just pushing into Connector and getting complete control.
Yeah, I mean, that round really all came down to one battle, right? That's just that big skirmish you saw inside the connector or the stairwell, whatever you like to call it. And it's very rare that you even see that big of a fight in the stairwell. So it's kind of crazy. That's like an uncommon type of round to watch, but it's definitely explosive, and a lot of fireworks from Fnatic come out ahead 1-0. So we'll go ahead and see them start making their purchases. Dignitas with no bomb plan, of course, will go ahead and get the upgraded pistol and armor. don't take too much of a penalty for trying this. It gives you a chance to win the round, as we do see them really just kind of leaving B alone and just moving all of their numbers in the stairs and parts. So they seem to want to split this A bomb site. They don't really have any smokes, though, to cover anything, so they really just have to try to flash their way in and win some key fights.
Yeah, Dignitas could be coming right back into this, of course, with the force. They didn't get the bomb planted. There's no real reason for them to try and save for a rainy day, as it were. Wenton very nearly just catching a glimpse of the ankle of MSL through the smoke, but instead, not a great deal of information. Config will go for the boost. Hopping up and down, Wenton intelligently backs on off, goes for the spray down onto short, but no frags will be forthcoming just yet. Dignitas have ate quite a bit of damage, though. Cajun B is around half HP. MSL gets picked off as I'm talking. Olafmeister comes in with a big frag as well. Dennis is there, and it's just a complete shutdown. 0 casualties so far for the CTs, and although Olaf takes damage, he is up to the challenge himself, looking for a third kill. It's actually going to be Dennis as Config tries to run away. Team Dignitas reap no rewards from round 2.
There's really not much they could do there, right? I mean, the first frag Fnatic gets is the bomb dropped, and so there was little doubt where they were headed at that point. Fnatic able to get a pretty quick rotate. Dignitas never really been able to penetrate their way into that A-bomb site. So 2-0 start here for Fnatic, and of course Dignitas going to be pretty much on a full save now at this point. In fact, I didn't see them buy a single thing. It's literally just all Glocks, no even P250s put into this, so definitely making sure they save as much as possible. So, I mean, this round should be over in just a moment.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to be charging into B as well. Best case scenario really is maybe a kill in the bomb plant, but it should be an absolute bloodbath. And Magic Point does go in with the Glock, lands the headshot. Here comes the bomb plant. It will go down. Twist in the meanwhile is going to try and do some damage. So I've got to say, you know, bomb plant and 2 frags, and maybe a third of Cajun B can put this Glock to use, is a pretty solid mission accomplished by Dignitas. I mean, there's not much else they could hope for.
$0 invested, that's like a sick round for them, right? I mean, they get all the plant money and they force 2 rebuys on Fnatic. That's like way more than I thought they'd be able to get with just Glock. So that's a pretty decent round out of them. Now they'll be able to get their full buy going. We see AKs and utility across the board. Looks like we're not going to see an op out of Cajun B this round, who has kind of taken over that role nowadays. MSL used to do it a little bit back on all their lineups, but now it seems like Cajun B, since he's been on the team, he's kind of really taken over that role for the most part. And so we will see them open up pretty B heavy this round. Everyone seems to be heading B, so maybe just trying to do some type of fast, explosive hit. Maybe try to catch Fnatic off guard with something fast early.
If you have any issues with the sound, guys, try refreshing the stream. It should fix any problems. It is a known issue with Twitch. So go for that, unless I'm being trolled, in which case, GG, you got me. But either way, again, it's going to be the fast play over on the B site. Cajun B, alongside MSL, leading the charge, but actually the first casualty goes the way of Fnatic. They have answered back of Dignitas, but in amongst the smoke, the bomb will get planted. Twist now close range, and as we trying to use that M4 to his utmost effect. He gets flashbang, but lands the frag just beforehand, so a solid trade out for Fnatic once again. And although bomb plant going down, this is a rifle round. This isn't a throwaway round now for Dignitas. And Dennis from the side will get the better of Magisk, and that's going to put so much pressure now on the shoulders of Rubino and Config, who are desperately trying to relocate their arsenal of weaponry. The boost up on the sandbags is good for a frag, but it's going to be easily found out by Fnatic, and there is Dennis. He's going to put down the hammer for the second frag, and the bomb's been defused in amongst all the chaos. There was a smoke in the face of Rubino, couldn't see a single thing, and Fnatic take a quick fire 4-0, but that bomb plant will afford another buy dust for Dignitas.
Certainly. I mean, again, it's just a little bit different look from Dignitas. I'm so used to them just opening default and playing it really slow. That's kind of their main style, but they open up with something fast, and they get a good execute, but just a big retake from Fnatic, particularly Dennis's flank on Monster really was a big factor in that round, and you are going to see Dignitas, you know, buy up almost similarly to what they had last round, and they're really just going to do the exact same thing. Rubino will get control of short, everyone else looking to pipe out Monster, and they're not going to have any hesitation here. They're just going for the fast execute once more into that B-bomb site.
Yeah, as you say, it's almost a carbon copy of the last round, but this time Fnatic in very solid positions. A smoke should afford them a bomb plant, as Fnatic can't see anything, but it's unlikely that we're going to see Dignitas be able to hold on to this. The retake is already in motion. And Fnatic are barreling down the frags. That's a beautiful pop flash, though. Lands in the face of Wenton, who can't see a single thing. It's picked off by Config, so now this round is back on. It's a 2-on-2. Rubino has a smoke, and that's the only utility they have between the two of them. An incendiary, a smoke, actually a couple of smokes and a flash in the hands of Fnatic that is quickly being dispersed up, but there comes Config with the one frag and a second. He crab walks his way to success, and Dignitas finally on the board. And in round dust, I honestly thought they had no chance in.
No, it didn't look good at all. I mean, when they got out the execute, Fnatic was hitting some nice shots to really slow them down. They had a man advantage there for a moment, but then Config, and I think Rubino even a little bit there chimed in, really brought that back into the 2v2 that Config closed out. And so you have one of the heavy hitters for Dignitas. It's kind of what I kind of visualize it as being like Config and Magic's Boy, like your two main riflers, and then Cajun B kind of being the other guy to keep an eye on. So the fact that Config comes up with a big play just wins Dignitas the round. And so you do still see a pretty light buy from Dignitas, though, despite the victory. Magic's Boy resorted to just being on a Galil. Meanwhile, you have a double hop setup coming out into effect here for Fnatic. Olaf will have his over towards the A-bomb site. Dennis having one just kind of floating back and forth between the two sites. And now you do see Dignitas opening up with their slower default, right? This is pretty much what you'll see most rounds. Magic's Boy taking over in the stairs. Rubino outside B as he's always been. And then you have your main control group here just trying to work their way over towards the bathrooms. Or I guess washrooms. This is a European stream. What am I doing? This is the washrooms, right?
They both work, man. They
Bloody
both
American.
Typical NA caster, mate. And whatever you want to call it, it has been occupied by Dignitas, and they are looking to make the most of this position. And again, the flashbang is ridiculous, but Olafmeister lands the shot. What is happening?
I don't know how he even got one frag out of that. That's actually pretty cool stuff, but it's still an even trade for Dignitas, so they're going to feel pretty good about this. And Dennis gets caught with that second op. So now both ops for Fnatic are down, and Dignitas have the man advantage. They still have control of stairs. They still have Rubino occupying outside the B-bomb site, so they still have so many options left open to them, but they are running out of time, so they do need to make a decision fast here on where they want to close this round off at.
You got to say, Dignitas are looking pretty in this round at least, and with the economy pretty solid. Sorry, anything but solid, I should say, on the side of Fnatic. If they were to lose this round, they are eyeing up a very possible eco. Another couple frags remain intact for Dignitas as they still have the player advantage. Bomb planted with about 7 seconds to go. Better late than never. Lekr0 has landed the headshots, so it's going to keep this round interesting, but positionally, Dignitas are in such a good spot. Lekr0 will get the trade, and the frag goes his way. Now it's all on Cajun B, who has an AWP to play with, but no utility at all. Lekr0, though, himself has no utility, so it's going to come down to the shot, and Cajun lands it, and clutches the round out of the jaws of defeat. Dignitas will take a second, and Fnatic's economy now, well, it's ruins. Pause coming in. I assume this is a technical pause. It'd be a bit early for a tactical one.
Yeah, I would assume so. And I mean, Fnatic already going to be suffering economically from the fact that they are on only a 2-round loss bonus, but also they invested in double ops, so a lot more pricey type of, set to use for the round really is going to hurt them here in this one. So this should be a save out of Fnatic, and Dignitas should be able to start working towards that tie game. Lekr0 gave Fnatic a chance in that round. Started to look a little bit like he had something going, but Dignitas able to close it out in the end. And so they're really just showing some diversity on the Dignitas side on their T side thus far. Again, I'm so used to seeing them open with almost the same default every round, but they opened up with some fast B stuff. They got around out of that. They moved back into their typical holding pattern, and then they get some good picks at the A side and are able to work a B execute off of it. So definitely they seem to be waking up. I mean, after a slow start where Fnatic jumped off to a 4-0 lead, they are now right back in this one.
Oh, absolutely. Even after this round, Fnatic aren't going to have a fantastic buy. They will be able to get one with 2 rounds of round loss bonus coming in. There will be a third, of course, if, as we assume, Dignitas take this round and make it theirs. But Conflic's read the situation perfectly. He has the Mac 10 alongside his 8 frags. It's Dennis, really, on Fnatic. That's been pulling out in the lead, 10-2. Twist, 8-5 with 2 assists, not too shabby. And this, as you said, is Dignitas' chance now to close the gap, to pull their way back into this one. Cage is to be throwing in the flashbang, waiting for any pesky Fnatic players to play super aggressive, but it's actually just Lekr0 by himself with the Deagle in hand on the B site. He's been found out and sprayed up through the wall, so he's probably not long for this world. The bulk of the CT aggression has came in bathroom, and this is going to be the freest of plants for Dignitas, so this round should be very convincingly going their way as expected.
Yeah, I mean, they're just kind of gambling a stack over towards the washrooms with pistols. And I mean, why not? You kind of have to do something like that to even have any hope of winning around when you're just on basic pistols like this. But unfortunately for Fnatic, Dignitas kind of diverted away from that and take a B-bomb site for free for the most part. And now they have it at 3-4, still in Fnatic's favor. And Fnatic will be back onto a full buy, but no ops will be in play this time. And so let's see how the Dignitas wants to run this. We actually do have MSL trying to be a bit conservative with the cash flow and actually holding on to an up. So a little bit lacking for firepower in his own right, trying to see if he can't, you know, maybe save up some money for a rainy day. And they will open up in just their default pattern.
Yeah, I think they also realize that Fnatic, if they do go for more grenades, they are going to be lacking a couple of head armors. In actual fact, the only player with head armor is Olofmeister, so that UMP, if it lands the headshots, it's going to still be very potent and dangerous in the hands of MSL. This does allow him to play aggressive as well and go in first. Maybe it's the most expendable weapon. And as he said, it's a full buy, but it's lacking grenades, it's lacking an AWP, and it's lacking defuse kits. And Dignitas have been able to get on the sides. Absolutely. So, you know, Fnatic are going to have to lay down some serious firepower and get the frags going their way. Otherwise, this could slip away as well. And then Fnatic will be into another eco, you'd assume.
I think that's why you're seeing them play triple washrooms. Like, they want to win fights early because they know that late rounds are going to be tough on retakes whenever they don't have any hits in play. So they're really trying to take the initiative here and try to win some battles early. As you do see Olofmeister peeking out with that M4. He does find config on the top of the stairs. And look at Dennis getting sneaky at long. Will he pick up on Cajun B? Yes, he will. Cajun not ready for that. And the bomb is down.
Absolutely, and an AWP's been picked up as well, just to add to the woes. MSL's traded out his UMP for an AK and lands the headshot onto Olofmeister, but could just be a drop in the ocean as Wenton goes for the spray. Does negligible damage, just about 20 or so, but that's the frag finished off. Dennis will lay it out with the AWP. MSL in the meanwhile going to be landing the headshot onto Rock, so MSL's done his part this round. He's going to be looking for Rubino to pull off some miracles. Rubino is a player that's capable of going monumental when it counts, but he's been found out in Connector. MSL comes in for his third frag. This would be one hell of an ace if he can clutch this now. And with 10 seconds, all Lekra really has to do is just wait. The chances of MSL checking behind these boxes is so low. And there we go, the nightmare has become a reality. Fnatic take the round, losing 3 players. Their economy still isn't great, but a much needed round goes their way.
Yeah, it's just the forward presence of Fnatic on that A side of the map really came up big. Particularly, Dennis's push through long to pick up Cajun B was a big frag to catch. Olaf, of course, closing off the stairwell as well. So really well done by Fnatic to win a big round because, again, we were talking, their economy was really, you know, kind of out of shape. And so being able to win a round like that certainly helps, though. You can see even here, a couple of rebuys really cost them a lot. So Dignitas can really still put the pressure on them if they're able to get the reset here and put Fnatic in just dire straits economically. But this round's probably a 2-for-1 deal for either team, right? I mean, the money on Dignitas also not looking so hot as they do open default once more. And they really try to put some focus on long A this time, really just trying to press up. So we may see something a little bit faster.
Yeah, it looks like the Rubino's watching the flank for any CTs that try and get some information for themselves, but there is a fairly standard formation starting up for Dignitas. Connector just looking outside of bathrooms. It's MSL. He's going to be trying to spam his way. Very nearly lands the headshot onto Wenton. Actually did do a little bit of damage. And as you say, with so much in the balance, Fnatic playing fairly aggressively. They've already went through the bulk of their grenades, and Wenton goes walkies and he gets punished. That's going to put a lot of pressure on the head of Olofmeister, but he has a very capable M4 at his disposal. Ajiskboy could end up getting picked off. Olofmeister turns around, gets completely timed, but to be fair, the noose is being tightened anyway from 2 different angles. Wasn't looking good, and now Fnatic only have Twist. And he's just going to be chilling out, hoping for the best, but really no hope for him to get more than maybe an exit frag.
Yeah, it's really about the best you can hope for now. Fnatic's economy has just been ravaged. I mean, they might even be in double save territory at this point. So Dignitas definitely looking to probably tie this game up, and they could even take a lead out of all this. I mean, that was just Dignitas just pulling Rubino off B early, going for just a fast A split, and they caught some aggression, right? Someone from that Fnatic pushed mid really early on in that round. I can't remember who that was, but that's a big kill to get when you just get an instant 5-on-4 and you were already planning on fast attacking A anyway. It just kind of speeds up the process and even lightens up the defense a bit more where you're trying to focus at. So, I mean, it couldn't have gone better for Dignitas is basically the point. And, yeah, they're definitely on the verge of tying this thing up.
Smart plays by Twist as well, realizing that he could salvage the AK with the rest of the terrorists having to back on off, as their economy is not great. So he does at least get an AK out of this round. But the problem is that the rest of his team are effectively playing with nothing. And there was maybe a decision for a second there to maybe force behind the AK is maybe a double eco's on the horizon. It's kind of hard to call. With that save weapon, though, this could definitely bolster their economy a little bit going through into round 11. As he said, effectively a 2-for-1 round, and now it's going to be interesting to see if Twist with his AK can get the work done. 4-player stack on B with Twist rocking out the AK in connector. They're going to be walking into his crosshairs, but the double stack is just too painful to deal with. Dignitas do claim first blood in this round.
Yeah, we see Fnatic hanging out at the pool, it seems like, over here at the B-Bomb site. You know, just having a nice summer day. Trying to enjoy the last bit that's left before winter strikes. Really nasty pool, though. Don't want to be in there, probably.
It's pretty
It's a
scummy
lot of
water,
trash
isn't
just
it?
floating around. Yeah, it's a little bit rough.
I feel like you catch something, almost definitely.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, no, not gonna go there. Never mind.
I kind of know where you want it to go.
Yeah. Let's just leave it as it is. I'm sure chat will have their fun with that, as we do see Fnatic actually rotating correctly all their members to A. Maybe if they just hide out here and just kind of swarm together, there's actually still some hope they could cause some havoc, but you'd like to think that Dignitas has this in the bag.
Oh yeah. 4 USBs. Really, no hope. And they haven't at least got a couple of frags, so doing the damage, but Config, beautiful spray transfer, double headshots into Dennis and Lekro. And a great call, I gotta say. You know, Fnatic didn't get a great deal out of that round, but to call the A hit was imminent is pretty sick reading. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep up with that. So they are going to get the buy. I was curious what would happen in this round, but the buy does come in. But again, we've been here before. Dust, no kits, no up, and a lack of nades across the board. So still quite precarious for the Swedes.
Absolutely low utility, and then Lekro on an ump, so not even having the firepower you want. And I think that Dignitas realizes it. That's why they want to put the pressure on B fast. They know there's really no incendiaries and such to hold them from pushing out Monster. But unfortunately for them, Dennis, he's been able to catch a kill from the window. He got the bomb down pretty early. It's giving so much time for Fnatic to rotate, and Lekro is putting the damage in with the ump. He's already got 2 kills, and Dennis pops off another headshot. And this has been absolutely crushed by Fnatic.
Absolutely has. You could see that from the movement, Dignitas may have thought that the second eco was coming in, or some kind of a half buy, or just not a great buy, as I said, without incendiaries, and as a result, maybe got a bit too cocky, a bit too aggressive. And that first pick actually dropped the bomb in pit, so it was a horrendous chain of events for Dignitas, and Fnatic, all credit to them. They've put the bullets down range, and they've landed headshots aplenty. 2 frags for Dennis, 2 for Lekro.
Right.
Now, but this boy on the T side is gonna have to hope for the best, really. Look where the bomb is, Dust.
Right. Yeah, I mean, one smoke could have drastically changed that round. If Dignitas would have smoked off window or something like that, it could have made things so much different. Dennis being able to just have free reign with an M4 and just winning 2 kind of one-on-one gun duels really was how that round went in Fnatic's favor. I mean, you could tell that Dignitas had like a good mindset about it, realizing limited utility and such on Fnatic would mean that a quick attack could net good results, but they just couldn't get past Dennis's M4, and even Lekro, despite the fact he was just on an up, was able to do tons of damage. You know, that's 2 kills for himself, so really well defended here by Fnatic, and they will actually hold Dignitas off from taking the lead. And now Dignitas's money has actually been reset a little bit here, and so they can still make a buy, but it is going to be severely limited in comparison to what they were working with in the past.
And so much of this is resting on Dennis's shoulders. You know, his team are winning by a round. He's 17-6. He has just gone massive, and then Config on the Dignitas side of things is also carrying his team pretty hard. He's triple the frags of anyone else on his team at 15-8. No one else has more kills than deaths. So if Dignitas want to keep this up, someone else is going to have to step up to the plate, maybe over on the CT side. That can become a reality. Rubino eats a grenade to the face, and that's going to be 42 health disappearing. And it's going to be another B hit from Dignitas. They've definitely preferred this side of the map. Flashbang will be landing over as the AKs and the will go in. The bomb has been dropped, but the return frag comes in from Cajun B, so he can reclaim what was lost. And now 4-on-4. And with the smokes down, this bomb should be getting planted in the next few moments.
And you can see Config putting it down behind the sandbags right now. Fnatic posturing up for the retake. They have one that's going to try to flank from short. Then they have 1 window and 2 coming towards Graffiti. Dignitas have pretty decent holding positions. We have a boost coming into play, but Ancient B reads that like a book. That's going to help Dignitas in the hold now.
Yeah, big pick. Taking a lot of the power away, but Dennis will get the upper hand in that trade as Magician Boy just looked away at the wrong second. The grenades landing in towards Graffiti, and the frags go in the way of Dignitas, and Olofmeister realizes, almost knifing the ground in frustration, this round is going to be slipping away. No hope for a defuse. Bomb's going to explode in the next few moments anyway. So Olofmeister is going to save his 5k of equipment value. Pretty big save at that. Fnatic, they could go for a buy, but it's again going to be in a similar position to what we saw a couple rounds ago. So it's not looking good. It's just back and forth between these two teams. We haven't really seen any team pull away over the last few rounds. Just back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, no one really streaked together more than 2 rounds in the last, what, 5 or so rounds played. So definitely has started to get a little bit scrappy here in the middle of the half as both teams are trying to fight to take the lead. And yeah, as you noted, Dignitas really were favoring that B hit. I haven't seen them run just fast B hits that often in a single half of T-side. I'm so used to more of what we're seeing now. Just happening almost every round. So definitely a little bit of a change of pace from Dignitas. I like it, adding some diversity to their play, keeping Fnatic guessing. And that's definitely one of Dignitas' advantages, I think, is the tactics that MSL is able to put into place. And he's slowly been adding like more firepower to the team as firepower kind of departed. He's been trying to fill in more. And I think Magic Boy's kind of a big pickup in that regard. But look at this, Dennis again with this long A push comes up with something. That's twice now he's done that.
Yeah, 2 frags and did a lot of damage to MSL too, so he's done more than his fair share. Nearly... Well, actually he did. He just hit his 20 bomb already, which is pretty fantastic going. Yeah, absolutely sick.
Especially considering this game might be a longer one, the way it's played out so far, he could definitely put up big numbers before it's over with.
We'll be curious to see how he does when the roles are reversed on the T side, but there's no doubting that he has done so much work on the CT side so far. Olofmeister lands the frag, and there's the touchdown from long range, courtesy of Twist. Rubino will hold off Monster. This clutch is actually doable now. Incendiary comes his way. It's going to give him some information as to where one of the 2 CTs is. And he's assumed the second one is in water, which is correct, but Wenton puts down the Howard of FAMAS. And the round will go the way of Fnatic. But Dignitas again, no huge surprises going on the B side. I've got to say, a lot of that comes down to Dennis. 2 frags, and I think he did like 80 damage to MSL. So effectively wiping out half the team, Dignitas.
So really well done again. Dennis making another big play out of long age. Just completely changes it around. That's 2 rounds that he's been a big factor in at least, but you can really just see the numbers there. It's so top heavy. Really on both teams it's quite top heavy. Just unfortunately for Dignitas, the carry for Fnatic is playing a little bit better. And he's been able to have a little bit more of an impact right as we do see Dignitas again going for this quick B setup, it seems like. Rubino just trying to get control of short. Everyone else wants. They've been doing these 1-4 splits on B. This will be like the 4th time this game they've done this, maybe even the 5th time. I haven't been keeping count exactly, but they definitely have a bias towards this side.
Oh, absolutely. It's undeniable at this point. They've hit it so many times, and you can see that Fnatic playing 3 players on the site, not someone in heaven, but actually on the site itself, have called this. Maybe the predictability of these B hits is coming in. So the execute comes in, but it's going to be Twist that holds down the M4, and the flashbangs are on point too. The pop flash lands in the eyes of Config. Down he goes. Rubino will at least get 1 frag for his troubles, but he's burning alive. Down to 44 he falls. Another incendiary by his feet forces him out into the open, and that's going to cost him his life. And now the UMP, all that remains against 4 Fnatic members. And there's still a lot of time to play with, but the bomb again dropped outside of Monster. This is almost hopeless for Dignitas.
And there's really not much Magic Boy can do at this point. He's already been spotted as well by Twist here on short, and Winton will also be there. And so he will be the one to finish off the round. So 8-6 now in favor of Fnatic. And it's one of those things where CT sides on this map, you're always going to play at least 2 in each site. And you have this one guy who will float back and forth, or you'll use him for triple stack plays, whether you want to get like triple washrooms or, push like washrooms and long A at the same time. Or you can see triple B stacks like that one. And as often as Dignitas have executed B, it's definitely no surprise that Fnatic decided to cheat their 3rd player on B that round, and it just absolutely crushed the attack of Dignitas. And now look at this, you're going to the last round of the half, and all you have to work with are Deagles and Tech 9s. So it seems like after kind of a scrappy fight here towards the middle of the half, it looks like Fnatic will be in great shape to kind of take the lead out of all this, or big lead, I should say.
You'd certainly think that this round should be theirs. It's going to be an A play this time around. Cajun B the first to fall, the first casualty of war, as the deadlock has been lifted. MSL thinking we can get done with the tech. Oh, that's actually a headshot through the smoke onto Olofmeister. Did spot him just before. But there's Dennis with a quick snapshot onto Magic's boy. So suddenly Dignitas in another clutch scenario. Dennis getting tagged but not fragged. So he will be able to relocate. Live to fight another day up on long.
So nice little catchphrase, tagged but not fragged. I like that. There you go. Good job, Menace.
Thanks, mate. And now Rubino is the last man alive. He does have the bomb, so it's a bit of a saving grace, but yeah, it's... I'm trying to look at the positives here, Dust. There's not many of them.
Nah, not. Isn't it like tagged and bagged or something like that? Or bagged and tagged? You know that expression?
Tagged and bagged, yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, you're a little spin on it. I like it. See 30 seconds left on the clock. Config trying to see if he can make a miracle happen. Kiyoshima did one of these yesterday. Can Config be the hero now?
That's true.
He has a 1v1 with Lekro at B, so he might get a plant and a 1v2 out of this, actually.
That's very, very much the case. So it could be a plant, but again, it's the last round. It's not going to be so important. Nice shot onto Wenton, but it is that man that you highlighted, Lekro, on the B site that gets the job done. So Fnatic, they do pull away at the end. It was neck and neck. I think at one point it was 6-6, if memory serves me correctly, and then Fnatic just opened up a bit of a spree. 96 is it's definitely a solid half on the CT side. Both teams, I think, will be relatively happy with this. It's still up in the air. Dignitas win the pistol. They're in a really solid position on the CT side.
Yeah, you're definitely right. I mean, this is one of those things where Fnatic does have a lead going into this, and they do have the opportunity to double it if they can win pistol, but Dignitas have opportunity to tie it right back up. So, and now they're on the more favored side of the CT side. So yeah, this is definitely a pretty hotly contested game. And again, the key evidence of that is how that half really played out. Fnatic, I think they won 4 in a row, but then Dignitas answered with 2 in a row, and then it just kind of goes back and forth for a while before Fnatic finally kind of closes out maybe the last 4 or so rounds for themselves at the very end. So definitely a pretty cool half to watch, especially since I just feel like I saw a different Dignitas there than what I'm used to seeing with how they were calling the game. Like the shot calling that was taking place is just a little bit out of character, which is cool. Maybe they're just trying to practice, like try to throw in something new into their playbook or just try to be harder to read. So yeah, I mean, I thought it was a fun half to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. It could also come down to the fact that, Fnatic, there isn't a lot of footage out there of them on Overpass in recent memory, so maybe assuming that Fnatic's CT side wasn't too great and just trying to barrel down on B and try and get rid of any of those weaknesses, it did get a bit predictable towards the end. You saw Fnatic, as we mentioned at the time, stacking 3 players on the B site with crossfires, and Dignitas effectively just walking into that trap, so maybe a little bit predictable, but I do like it. I do like a team that spices it up and tries to go into B a lot and, mix it up with a few A hits. The problem is, though, Dignitas, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Dust, by all means, but I feel like they only hit A maybe once or twice with rifles. By and large, it was when they were on pistols that we saw them go for it.
Yeah, sorry about that. As I'll be curious to see how the rest of this map actually plays out, because I mean, Fnatic, again, this is their first time playing Overpass with this 5, so as you were kind of noting, maybe not, easy to read what they're going to do. And now that they're on the T side, this is where you're going to see much more diversity, right? I mean, on the CT side, there's usually kind of a common way to play it that most teams will. Of course, you'll throw in like the occasional stairs push or the occasional push at A or B or something like that. But for the most part, you have, pretty common setups that teams will use. Whereas on the T side, things can be drastically different. Even different teams' defaults look different. So I'll be curious to see what Fnatic will do, because again, they have that legacy with the line they were using right before this one that had Dennis and Crims and JW playing with Olaf and Flusha, of just being really explosive, really fast paced. But again, on some of the other maps I've seen Fnatic play lately, they've been a lot more methodical in how they do things. And I don't know if that's because like Wenton's calling for them now, and that's just the type of style of shot caller that he is. So I'm curious to see if we'll see a lot of that here on Overpass, or if we'll see kind of the old identity emerge.
Yeah, I want to see how they approach T-side for sure, because I think CT side is a bit more forgiving, especially, like, again, I'm pretty sure Fnatic have been practicing this map. I can't see them just completely giving this up and just not bothering with the new players that have joined the roster. But I think on T-side, we're really going to see how the tactical strategic play comes to fruition. Again, Dennis was the key man. He was 21 frags after the first half. The guy has been playing like an absolute monster. But is he going to be able to replicate that form on the T side when he can't play as static and just effectively be the turret that wrecks everybody? It's going to be Dennis, the man in question, who goes out first, and he's the first to fall. By himself with Lekro, they're trying to sell this fake, but because they both died, now Dignitas can move through Connector. And realizing no one else is forthcoming, they've caught this perfectly. This is really rough for Fnatic now. It's going to have to come down to the Glock headshots you've got to feel, and it's going to be a total wreckage, a wipeout with the USPs. Not a single Dignitas member falls. And we have reached that position that we were talking about. Dignitas pick up the second pistol. They're right back into this.
Yeah, I mean, they just got out-called there. It's like one of those things, in StarCraft they used to call it a build order loss, where like just the way that a team would pick a certain, the way a player would pick a certain build to do, like you would just automatically lose before you even like played the game, just because they were doing something just that drastically countered you, just a hard counter. And Dignitas, before Dennis even prodded into B, they were already planning to do a 2-2 push on B, and so then they just clear up both those kills, and then Magic Boy gets to flank stairs, and they get a fast rotate to A before Fnatic can even get there. So Fnatic was literally always going to lose that round unless they just won some insane gunfights or something like that. Just the way Dignitas called that round on what Fnatic did, it just perfectly countered it.
Yeah, you could see what Fnatic were going for, but as soon as those two players died over on the B side, which is Dennis and Lekro, I believe, I mean, the strat was completely in tatters, like totally ruined. Now Fnatic playing extremely passive to start off the round, and Dignitas with the superior weapons have no reason to push in here. They do lack grenades, but they've gone for firepower instead. 3 UMPs with a couple of M4s, and it will be a case of Fnatic with their Tech 9s and Deagles going to try and make something out of nothing. Grenade only does 2 damage. Thought could chunk down Dennis quite a bit, but he's standing tall in bathrooms for now. And only the one smoke to play with here, Dust. So it looks like Lekro's going to be throwing that over towards the
Ooh, that helps.
bins. That definitely helps. So 1 Deag is never
like the Captain Obvious analysis right there.
It sure does. KJB with WMP though, and this is the issue. Yes, you get the 1 tap, but is that going to be enough for the crossfire? And the answer is a resounding no. Not unless Twist can clutch this 1v4 with 38 health. Surely he's a dead man in the next few moments, especially as Config is moving up round the back, and one of the aforementioned M4s is going to go to work. They pick up the second M4, so Dignitas hold firm.
There was a brief moment where you thought Fnatic might have had something as Vinton opens up with a nice Deagle pick, but then the SMGs of Dignitas fire off with a resounding not going to happen, basically, on that A bomb site. And so you are going to see it 8-9, so Dignitas are well on their way to tying this thing up. They've kind of won out that battle, so to speak, as we are going to see just really Glocks from Fnatic, except for 1 P250 on Vinton here. And again, they're just opening up, you know, pretty spread out, not committing to any type of quick execute right away, which is kind of surprising. I figured they would just rush and get this round over with since they're literally on 4 Glocks.
Yeah, it does seem a little bit strange that they play this one, you know, fairly standard with Glocks and the P250. Typically, teams will just go for broke. We saw Dignitas do this when...
Yeah, you're not going to get any picks with those, you know
what
absolutely
I mean? Not unless something goes horribly wrong for Dignitas.
Right.
If someone hasn't upgraded to
head
head
armor. There was this cheeky thing that Olaf's trying to do at Monster right now, where he's just kind of surfed up into the corner and he's just waiting for someone to push Monster. He almost used Twist as bait to pull Dignitas through the tunnel, but they never actually went. Now Lekro's trying to do it, trying to see if he can pull them through. Now Olaf realizes they're not going to push, tries to just go in and config shuts them down. So there was something they were trying to do that was a little bit crazy. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, you can see what they were going for, but again, it's just a Glock, so even if Olafmeister does get the drop on somebody, I mean, it would be a bit of a fail for Dignitas not to pick him up at close range. But I mean, at least they tried something, right? We were wondering what the call was. Dignitas have converted the subsequent rounds after the pistol, so we are all back to even. But this is going to be the first test in the rifle round, with Fnatic having full AKs and a healthy dosage of grenades, 5 smokes, a Molotov, plenty of flashbangs. So this is where we see what Fnatic are made of on their T side.
Yeah, again, I'm really curious to see what type of style we'll see Fnatic play. It just seems kind of odd that even on their ecos they were playing it very slow. So yeah, they are going to open up just default Twist outside, B Lekro on the stairs, and then 3 just kind of slowly working towards Fountain. But look at Magic's Boy and KJB. They're definitely forcing the issue here, but Magic's Boy, he's been picked off by Vinton. And so that's going to definitely hurt Dignitas. KJB forces to fall back into A site with the op and give up a lot of real estate to Fnatic that they'll now get for free. And now Dignitas just has to hope they can hold 2 in each site and play passive and win fights. And so this gives Fnatic a lot of room to work with. But look at how hesitant they are to take it. I think maybe they're still kind of wondering if KJB's keeping a presence with that op up close. So they're definitely being cautious about this. And again, this is kind of that new style of Fnatic I was talking about that I've been seeing on a lot of their games. Just a lot more patient and methodical about how they work things.
Oh, absolutely. You can understand why they're playing this passively as well, with so much time left on the board.
Right.
There's no reason to necessarily just try and charge in all guns blazing, because that's where the CT's positions could definitely work against the terrorists.
That is very true. It's just, you know, think of the old Fnatic, right? They'd pounce on something like that, I feel like.
Maybe a work in progress, you know, just trying to get all the pieces together in the right order. But KGB's up, as you highlighted before, still a big power play for Dignitas. 30 seconds as well, should be mentioned that time is getting scarce. So Fnatic will feel the pinch and will feel like they have to make a move right here, right now. MSL, meanwhile, on Bathroom side, he's going to put down with the UMP, but it's Rubino. On the close range double spray down, the bomb is dropped. Rubino single-handedly taking this round away from Fnatic. 15 seconds. The Swedes have got to push in. There's no time to waste now. And Rubino's playing this one to perfection. Backs away. Effectively says, come out at his bros. And now Conflict round the back. Should get the double spray down. Very nice round for Dignitas. Especially considering they lost Magic's boy right at the start of that round.
It's crazy to think that I just watched a round from Fnatic of all teams that actually won the round lost the round because they ran out of time. Can you just imagine that for a moment? Just think about that for a second. That's like a Navi type of thing to do, or like a classic Navi type of thing to do. And it's Fnatic. That's crazy. Just one little disruption got in their way there, and that smoke MSL caused so many problems.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, they wanted to hit A from 2, well, actually 3 angles, Bathroom, short, and long. And as soon as MSL gets the frag, that definitely throws a spanner in the works. Now Fnatic onto Deagles. Some Kevlar, just equalising the economy. They'll have it by next round. Mashik's boy in the shadows of Bathroom. Double frag for him. Always on the prowl. And, well, Fnatic's chances dwindling in the blink of an eye. So Dignitas have been flawless so far on the CT side. 4 rounds played, 4 rounds won. Looks like it is going to be a 5th, unless something horribly goes wrong. That's not looking likely, is it, Dust? Dennis has picked up 1 frag. That's his first kill on the second half. We were curious to see how he would do when the roles were reversed, coming through onto the T side. But not really an impact frag, I think it's safe to say. 50 seconds left, and the CT's burying into position. Oh, Dennis has landed another 1-tap, and now it's just MSL on the site by himself. He's got picked off. Dennis has landed 3 headshots in this round. A round that I didn't think was going anywhere. Dignitas face him 1 by 1, and they get punished. Dennis has been sprayed down. And here comes Twist. He had no Kevlar, was getting wrecked by the aim punch. And Dignitas hold on, but man, that was way closer than it should have ever been for the Danes.
Yeah, Dennis is on fire right now. He's definitely trying to find ways to put his team ahead. I mean, look at just how far ahead he is on everyone on his team, with the exception maybe Twist, who's kind of lingering right behind, but he's like triple the frag of some of the other players on this team.
Yeah, it's nuts, isn't it?
Very top-heavy over there, that's for sure. It's kind of similar with Dignitas, right? You really have config, you know, even, you know, the highest fragger on the server with 26, and he's more than double MSL, who's right behind him, and double Rubino. So definitely a very top-heavy game for both sides.
Ooh, MSL getting smashed through the smoke. They weren't expecting the push. MSL, who is very low, still looking in towards short. They go for the pop flash, but Twist is already out of dodge. And you highlighted before that MSL's, you know, joint second on frags. That's not necessarily something you see too often. I mean, no disrespect to MSL, but he's not the kind of guy on the team that you're expecting to be towards the top. Dust with the cement fingers on his keyboard.
Oh, you can hear that. I'm so sorry. That won't happen again. I'm so sorry.
I was so confused at first. I was like, they put keyboard sounds in the game? Valve, what are you doing? Then I realised Dust is here.
Yeah, that won't happen again. Production value top notch, of course, over here at the SLB stream. Brought to you by Dust, of course, and A-Casters, of course. Chat spam.
Oh, it's alright.
Yeah,
I think I've lost the first player, though.
Reddit thread on the front page, of course, Dust Brett, worst caster in the world. Keyboard sounds better than his voice. There you go. Alright. I'm done with the self-smashing. Let's get back into this round here. Electro could open up on the washrooms with Magic's voice, so definitely looking to try to take some presence to save. I was like, you can do play-by-play now, Menace.
I'm laughing too much.
No, you got this.
Okay, all of us did actually tag up Twist, and there may not be too much to talk about. Actually, maybe there is. Dennis with double frag, continuing to just put down the pain. But he desperately needs a partner to be teeing off with. Olofmeister's barrel betrays him. And with 7 seconds left in the round, Rubino will claim the frag. So at least Olofmeister didn't die after time, but their economy is not great anyway.
So
12 to
Dignitas
9.
are starting to steam out ahead here. They've actually won every round this half. That's something that we could definitely draw something to, I think, that's pretty big, is the fact that Fnatic have yet to be able to find any success here on this terrorist side. And some of it has been, you know, losing because the clock has run out. Some of it has just been really aggressive plays from Dignitas, like that MSL push on short B, for example, where they just, and now it's this Magic Void is pushing Fountain, just running it through Fnatic's throat before they can even get set up. I mean, it's crazy to think Fnatic are just getting shut down before they can even develop whatever tactic there is that they want to run.
Yeah, and we said this at half time, you know, in the warm-up, that, yeah, Fnatic have 9 rounds, but really it's the T side that's more strategical, and that's where they definitely could fall down, unless they have a lot of players in mind. And we've just seen Dignitas have their way. They've been dictating the pace of the action, been playing aggressively on the CT side. So one of the reasons I love Overpass so much as a spectator. And config up on the boost will get the better of Dennis. So in every way, Dignitas are just getting the drop onto Fnatic one by one. And 3 very separate locations as well. You look at that, we had a player on B, there's now 1 connector, and the bomb was dropped long. So very much a spread out Fnatic.
That's the thing. I mean, Fnatic with this new lineup, again, across their map pool, they've looked like a more patient and slow team under Vinton's leadership compared to the past, and I feel like Dignitas is taking advantage of that. You know, they're spread out, they're playing really slow, and that's giving Dignitas so much breathing room to just push, right? I mean, Magic's Boy can push all the way up the Fountain because Fnatic are so held back towards like the back of the park that it just gives them so much space to work with, and they have no fear of taking that. Just like MSL, for example, has no fear taking control of short B because he knows that someone's just playing like really far back outside of Monster. So the Dignitas are really just kind of picking up the pace. They're taking what they're being given, and they're making these aggro plays that have made a world of difference. MSL has actually been instrumental in that, by the way. Even though he's -2 KD overall for the map, and he's not, you know, like the top fragger for his team, the amount of disturbances he has caused on the CT side, at least almost single-handedly won Dignitas 2 rounds. Like the one push he had in the smoke at middle on that first gun, where Fnatic ran out of time, and he like disrupted them and then slowed them down even more. And then Rubino follows up with 2 at long, and then that round where he pushes short B and gets early picks. And then of course Magic's Boy just had a big round right there where, yeah, he's 11-17, but again, he just won his team around by pushing Fountain and getting like 2 or 3 kills. So it's just Fnatic unable to deal with the aggression of Dignitas.
Yeah, it's all about the impact frags in that case. You know, I don't think stats are necessarily a fair representation of how someone's been playing, because even if you have 10-15 kills and, you know, sort of 20 deaths, if you've been getting a lot of the entry frags on the T side, you could have been the reason why your team ends up picking up the map overall. And speaking of entry frags, we've really seen not many from Fnatic. There's been 7 rounds on this second half, and Dignitas have picked all of them up. Fnatic led, if you just joined us, 9-6 at half time, and since then it's been very much a one-sided affair. Let's see if Fnatic, with their Tech 9s, can make a go of this over on B.
It's also crazy that most of these rounds Dignitas survive with 3 or 4 members, right? So Fnac's not even really doing damage, or you're getting close to winning rounds. This is the other crazy part. And now that's getting big. This pushes through Monster and gets 2 kills. It's an even trade though, Fnatic, and they'll pick up a couple of guns. So this actually might be a decent scenario for them. One of the better ones that seems like they've had this game, where they actually have like a mid-round 3-on-3.
Yeah, and it all comes off the back of hyper-aggression, so that's maybe more Dignitas messing up a little bit, but will they get punished? 2 players on B, sees Cajun B's up on A by itself, a minute to play with, so a lot of time for Fnatic to play the mind games with Dig. And it seems so far Fnatic will just be holding firm, and that's not a huge surprise considering how we've seen them playing thus far. So definitely a slower paced team right now. But we've seen them before get the advantage and do nothing with it, so is it a case of maybe being too slow by Fnatic standards?
Certainly was the case a while back, but I think that they're just trying to play it 3-on-3. They're trying to figure out where the best opening's going to be. They're trying to go for B. This is actually where 2 members are at. A great crossfire here from Magic's Boy and Rubino. Now the bomb is down. It's all up to Olafmeister and Lecro. Again, they're running out of time, and they're getting picked apart before they can even push them into sight. They keep trading evenly, but Dignitas is already a man ahead, so they win the battle. And so now it's 14-9. Still, Fnatic have yet to find a single round on this terrorist side. And so Dignitas, they're about to win this one in a pretty big fashion, unless Fnatic can step up now. They will give Twist the op. So again, this is a team where I see it float between Olaf, Dennis, and Twist, and so they're going to give Twist a crack at it.
I mean, when you look at who's got the least frags on the entire server, it's Olafmeister. This is a guy that was widely revered as the best player in the world for quite some time. And yet
Oh, he
he's
definitely
bottom
was at the
fragging.
end of last year.
Yeah, and he's bottom fragging with 9. He hasn't even hit double digits right now, so that's a very worrying sign for Fnatic. Magiciboy's going to get the drop. How many players he's going to get? 2. Bomb's been dropped out as well, and MSL will have his back. So another trade firmly going the way of Dignitas. And now it's up to the man in question, Olaf, alongside Twist. 2 very talented players, but a 2v4 with Dignitas playing this solidly, it's just not boding well for the Swedes whatsoever. And again, they're split up. You got Twist, who's trying to peer out of Monster with his AWP. And in the meanwhile, Olafmeister's chilling in Connector. They still don't have control over the bomb, but judging by Dignitas' positions, they seem to think this could be an A hit. Although MSL's starting to move down towards heaven. Actually, it's going to become a graffiti side. Oh, Twist. How's your timing looking? MSL jumps over the bullet, channeling his inner Neo. Twist misses the first and the second shot. He's going to get punished in the worst possible way. Being fragged by Config. Olafmeister's picked up the bomb, but 1v4 with 35 seconds.
It's not looking good, particularly because Olaf hasn't had the best of games, and now you're asking a lot out of him to try to pull off a 1v4 to prevent Dignitas from getting the map point, and I just don't think this is in the cards. I mean, he will actually get a 1v1 against Config at B, and so maybe he could actually get a plant and play a post-plant 1-on-3. So there's that entry. No one's going to be there fast enough to stop him from planting, I don't think, but he's taking his time a little bit. Now it's giving Dignitas a chance to get in position, so now he has no chance, basically.
Yeah, no hope. If he went for that full plant, you'd have been hoping that MSL didn't get the spray from short side. Who'd made a very brisk move from Connector. So, I mean, just absolutely no hope. Olaf hitting the 10 frag mark, but Lepro, Olaf, and Venton all on 10 kills. Dennis finished the first half on 21, on 27 now, so only the 6 in the second half, so definitely slowed down. And Dignitas going from strength to strength. They have looked almost untouchable on their CT side.
Yeah, and look at how confident Dignitas are. Again, they're just pushing 3 down A. Cajun B is already peak fight with an op, didn't see anything and fall back, and MSL still just pushing through Parks right now. Luckily, Olafmeister is able to wait back and catch him, so finally, maybe Dignitas actually overextended it a bit. And this is probably the best scenario Fnatic has been in. I can't think of it, maybe only one other round before this one where they've actually had like an instant 5-on-4. But then last time they still wound up losing the round, so what can they do this time around?
No, that's very true. We haven't seen Fnatic claim the first kill, get many entry frags on their T side. I think maybe once or twice at most. And they're going to get the second one on top of that. Config gets wrecked partially through the box on the B site. It's good for one frag, gets traded out. Fnatic have got to take this round to remain in the map. And surely a 4v2 with a post-plant situation is going to be theirs. And yeah, Dignitas, they have quite a bit of money on these two players, 9.8 and 8.6k, which of course will change after the rounds ended respectively, but they don't want to throw these weapons away. Olafmeister though, great read of the game, will meet Magiciboy in bathrooms and get the better of him, leaving the AWP in the hands of Cajun B. All that remains. So Fnatic will at least get one round on their T half. Let's see if they can keep that going.
It's gonna take an awakening out of the other members of like the big fragging trio that you expect out of Fnatic, because to me, when I look at the lineup, I think, okay, I should be getting most of my frags from Olaf, Twist, and Dennis. Like that should be like the big trio. I know Electro's kind of on the rise. Maybe you see him chime in if someone of those three is having an off game, but you don't have Electro stepping up to fill in any of the gaps. And right now, it really is mostly Dennis, and Twist has started to get something going here a little bit. But Olaf's still awfully quiet, and so they're going to need a big resurgence out of their heavy hitters if they want to try to run this thing back in the overtime. Because, I mean, they've only been able to find one round this entire half, and we've played a lot of rounds this half. Remember, Dignitas was down 6-9 when they came into this thing, so they went on a huge tear up until now, 9 rounds in a row, until that one finally came up for Fnatic. So can Fnatic convert that round one into a streak? Is going to be the big question. We do see Dignitas letting off the gas pedal a bit, right? Cajun B, Magicboy playing pretty passive at A. MSL did push short out, though. Didn't spot anything, and will now quickly rotate to A, where it looks like Fnatic are going to be posturing up to start pushing middle here in a second. But they also might even convert into Connector. They do have a presence there also.
I feel again, though, one of the worrying signs for Fnatic is that round didn't come off the back of some sick set play or some execute. It came off the back of just 2 or 3 entry frags through on B. So when Dignitas play a little bit more tight, when they play a little bit more passive, that's where Fnatic have been completely unable to break the shell. So to crack that shell of Dignitas. So yes, it's a round, but I still definitely worry for Fnatic getting anything else out of this. And there we go. Magisboy pushes up long, going to be smoking his way off so he can pull himself back to the A site, or indeed just hide in the smoke, and that plays a lot of mind games with Fnatic. Olafmeister will get the upper hand in that one-on-one trade, but now it's down to Venton, who's pushed onto the site. There's Molly's landing all around Cajun B, and there's the double frag for Venton. Checks long. You know, Olafmeister is there, and the bomb gets planted, so Fnatic have a real shot at doubling their tally on the T side, but Config may have a couple of things to say about that. The first frag in this 3-on-2 goes the way of the Danes. They don't have any grenades, though, to play with, and this is where it's going to get really painful. You've got to feel for Dignitas. Config going for the opportunistic wall bank, hoping that a mistake is made, and there they go. They've actually picked up a smoke, so they're going to be diffusing this in amongst all the chaos. Venton comes through. First frag goes his way, and the second! He's keeping this alive for Fnatic, but just by a thread.
That was quite close for Venton, but he's able to find the right place to spam through the smoke and stop that diffuse from happening. So well done from Fnatic. That's now 2 rounds in a row for them, and the money is actually starting to run dry a bit here on the Dignitas side. They are able to have a couple of M4s in this round, but you also see 3 people on just P250s. And this kind of evens out their money, I guess, because there were 2 players that did have quite a lot of cash, and so they were able to kind of, you know, just keep them at around the same money levels even after the buy. So not too shabby. This will give them a fighting chance, and look at this Magisboy continuing that aggression of Dignitas. Will be at stairs this time instead of long or fountain, and he gets another opening pick for his team. And how will Fnatic recover? Olafmeister, though, actually has really interesting positioning right now based on how Dignitas rotated, so...
Yeah, they did get the one kill connector, but this is... Oh, what?
Later.
Magisboy with 2 frags. I was about to say they get the connector frag, but surely that's it. And Cajun B is going to chime in with a frag. The 2 M4s have lit up this round. And Olafmeister must be scratching his head. Like, boys, what is happening? How the actual hell are we losing this round? 1v3 ahead of him, a lot of time to play with, and he has the bombs. There are a couple of ticks for him, but man.
Just Magisboy, man. He just pushes stairs, gets a kill, rotates over to B, stops the monster push, just doing it by himself. And I mean, Magisboy's actually had an awfully quiet game for the most of this game. I think at one point he was 11 and 17. Now he's 21 and 19. So he really picked up the pace on the CT side. Kind of started working up there closer towards Config, who's had a brilliant game, 33 kills, top fragger in the server. So it looks like it's all but over unless Olaf can come up big, but Rubino just catches Olaf out the corner of his eye. No black bars for that guy. He was able to spot him and put the game away. So, I mean, I guess it's a somewhat close score line, right? What is it, like 16 to 11, I think is how we ended that. But it seems so much more one-sided than that, especially that second half.
Well, yeah, it definitely was more one-sided than that when you consider that going into the second half it was 9-6, and Fnatic got, what, 2 rounds on their whole T side, I think it was, towards the end. So that is just absolutely ridiculous that we find ourselves in a position where not only do Fnatic struggle that hard on their T side, but in a round they should have won to keep the dream alive. Magisboy with an M4 gets 3 kills by himself. Just raw frags. It's not a case that any of the T players were flashed or smoked off. He just comes in and cleans house. And the overpass, we said before, Fnatic haven't been playing overpass much recently. The last time they played, they got wrecked by G2. And I think we're seeing there, one of the issues they're having is definitely their T half. That they need to work on that, because we didn't really see anything that gave us much hope. And if the first half hadn't been a 9-6, that could have been another complete wreckage. That could have been a very different scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is we did actually see a pretty close first half. Especially through the middle of that, it was very scrappy. Teams only winning 1 or 2 rounds at a time and not really being able to put like a big run together. But then when Dignitas got on the CT side, I mean, it was just relentless from Dignitas. Again, they were pushing everything. They were getting most of the opening kills based on those pushes. Fnatic, again, under this new lineup, a much different identity, much more passive, much more methodical. So, I mean, it's great to see Fnatic actually having defaults where players have fixed positions and they're working the same areas. So they're like building kind of a routine in the muscle memory of clearing certain things. I actually like that consistency factor to it, but it just felt like even though you're in a default holding pattern, you have to be able to handle the aggression that comes your way. You have to be able to get those pushes. I mean, that's the whole reason why you're doing that, right? Is to find picks to catch aggression and then work yourself into a situation where you have a man advantage and you could use some type of mid-round reader call to audible into an execute that's going to work. Yet you have Dignitas just, running it down their throat and being successful almost every single time. I mean, MSL's pushing everything, Magic's boy is pushing everything, even Config had around where he pushed Monster and got a couple of kills. So it was literally one of those situations where almost everything worked for Dignitas on their CT side.
Definitely, I don't think we can really add a great deal to that, honestly. We just saw Fnatic crumble when it came through to this TT side, but take nothing away from Dignitas. They had a great showing on the CT side, but that's Overpass. We're about to move to Cobblestone, a map that Fnatic are a lot more potent, a lot more scary on. They've had a decent amount of results over the last few weeks and the last couple of months. So this is a map I think will be a lot closer, and Fnatic may very well just end up edging out. Though Dignitas are no scrubs on Cobblestone. They're a decent Cobble team. That being said, though, Dust, we're going to cut back to a quick break, and then when we rejoin you guys, we'll be live for the aforementioned Cobblestone. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Right, ladies and gents, welcome back to our live coverage of Fnatic versus Dignitas in the ESL Pro League. I'm joined by Dust, and we're going to have a quick discussion amongst ourselves while we wait for the players to get ready on Cobblestone. We've got 10 players on the server, but not quite jumping live just yet, with a couple of coaches in. So, Dust, first map, it started great for Fnatic, ended incredibly rough. What can we expect to see on Cobblestone?
Yeah, Cobblestone's going to be really neat because I think this is a map that's going to be a bit more familiar to Fnatic and a map that I think they're going to be in a lot better shape on. But it's also the map that Dignitas kind of built themselves on this year, right? Obviously a different lineup, of course. It's back when KRB was still playing with them and Tinsky was still a part of their lineup. But Cobble, I mean, they got off to a hot start early in the year on Cobblestone. Got a couple of really, big top 4 finishes because of it, beating some really quality teams. And they really kind of still maintain pretty good results on Cobble throughout the year, even through some of their other iterations of their lineup. So definitely a map they're quite good on. They also play it much differently than other teams, so it'll be cool to kind of point out some stylistic differences on this map that we'll see. And then you have Fnatic, who, again, new lineup put together, new identity. They play this map a little bit differently than they used to. So it's actually be really cool to talk about tactics on this map. I can't wait to kind of illustrate the differences between these two teams and how they approach Cobblestone.
So in terms of predictions, I personally think Fnatic may just edge this map. I think it's going to be a lot closer than Overpass was, at least from a Fnatic's viewpoint.
Yeah,
Do you agree with that? Yeah.
Yeah, it should be a good game. I mean, again, the thing is, I feel like both these teams will have quality T sides, particularly Dignitas, and I think Fnatic will even have a better time on the T side than they did on Overpass. But it's going to come down to who can actually have bigger CT sides, and I think that perhaps Fnatic are going to have a bit more capability on the CT side than Dignitas will. But that's just like a gut call. There's really no telling. I mean, based on the form we saw in Overpass, it could just be Dignitas,
Oh, for sure. And again, I'm curious to see how Aloft's going to perform on this map, because I think he ended with maybe 10, 11 frags overall. But we're going to have a lot of those questions answered as we're about to jump live into the first pistol of Cobblestone. So let's have a look how this is going to fare between the two teams.
Yeah, Olaf definitely has to wake up on this map because he plays a very important role on Cobblestone for them. He's their B platform player, right? Which is such a key position to play on defaults as well as execute. So he definitely needs to kind of rise to the occasion here if they're going to have a good T side, I feel like. As we are going to see the opening pistol come into play, and Fnatic just kind of spreading out. Look at this magic spell already finding Vinton right off the bat.
Yeah, great stuff. Dignitas. Olof going by Elecro over on the B side of the map, but trying Glocks against USP, medium to long range, normally isn't going to work out too well for you. Twist buddying his way around the side and keep him alive a little while longer. Rubino will feel the force of the Glock, but still the Dignitas lineup will be a player ahead. I say that, but Twist picks up a second Glock headshot in quick succession, bringing this back to equality. Dignitas will have a fairly solid idea of where the aggression will be coming in, though, and they've quickly moved in position. Can they land the shots? Yes, they can. Config with 2, looking for a third. And he has Cavalry coming up just behind him on Rock, and it's going to be this boy who gets the final tap. Dignitas will take the pistol at Twist. A couple tasty headshots with the Glock.
That was definitely a round that kind of gave you a roller coaster ride, wasn't it? I mean, it opened up well for Dignitas, and then Twist hits these 2 nutty Glock frags, and you think, okay, maybe Fnatic are actually pulling this one back in, but then they get shut down once they actually start spreading out into the B side, particularly some key kills there from Config and Magic's Boy at the end to kind of shut things down. So, big round to win for Dignitas. Again, this map can sway towards the T side quite a bit in most games, so if you can get the 3-0 start from CT side, you're really doing yourself a lot of favors economically and giving yourself an early lead from the more difficult side. So definitely they're going to be happy about that, as no bomb plant from Fnatic, so you will see the upgraded pistols and armor in play. Looks like they are putting a little bit more emphasis on the A side of the map this time, to clearing out A-halls and to just kind of holding pattern at middle now. Slowly working their way in.
I see that MSL could be the man here, honestly, because he's holding the close angle on mid. It's unlikely with this limited utility that Fnatic would go around the corner checking out. This boy gets found out by the hands of Dennis, but manages to scamper away with 70 health. And this is what I was talking about. The pop flash is absolutely perfect. MSL with 2 frags with the UMP. Rubino's going to chime in with his UMP, so the SMG's doing all the work in this round. Twist is going to make the Deagle sing for him. Rubino gets tagged on the jump out from balcony. Nearly loses his life and will get finished off by Dennis, but Twist, the partner in crime of Dennis, is down, and MSL lurking gets his 3rd frag. Dignitas do repel the 2nd round. Now Fnatic will be into an eco.
was actually kind of worried about MSL's position there for a second because I felt like he was a bit isolated, but that pot flash kind of changed everything, right? It allowed him to press in the mid room, catch a couple of people really blind. 2 pretty easy frags for him, and that's kind of what sets the tone for the round. So Dignitas 2 up now. Fnatic going to be on just Glocks this round, saving all the money that they can. So I would expect them to just like rush drop or something like that. And get this round over with, but we'll see. Last time around, they actually kind of took it slow over on Overpass when they had just Glocks, but seems like this time, yeah, they are just gonna kind of crash in here.
Yeah, I definitely think the Overpass lends itself to more of a slow, methodical play if you so choose, whereas Cobblestone is all about drop, but it's going to be Rubino and Config just smashing through the Swedes, not losing a single player. Didn't really expect much out of that round, and to be fair to Dignitas, they probably half called that. You know, they're going to be on Glocks, P250s maybe, just watch for drop. That's the obvious play.
Indeed it is. Kind of crazy to think that they actually went for 2 FAMAS in second rounds. It actually stops them from getting in-4s here. I would have thought they'd just like keep SMGs in play, since you know that Fnatic didn't get a first round bomb play, so they can't really buy early. So that's kind of something I didn't really expect to see, so I don't know if that's going to kind of hamstring them a bit in this round, now that they're stuck still on 2 FAMAS in play. Rubino will have the but he's playing close range in drop down room, so maybe he can still put it to use, as we are going to see Fnatic opening up actually a little bit A heavy this time around. I'm used to seeing them run like a lot of 1-4 B stuff, so they're putting a little bit more presence toward A than I see them do a lot, so a little bit of a change here from Fnatic, as we do see them getting control of A halls. And they're actually swinging that bomb over towards middle as well, so maybe that is the intention, in fact, to hit this A bomb site.
Sal's getting flashed left, right, and centre, and it's going to cost him his life. And we saw him isolated up against pistols. That's all well and good, but against rifles, for me, that's a bit too out in the open. Ultimate is going to chime in for the second frag of the round, and that leaves Dignitas very much split off. You can see by their formation, split across the map. Magisboy felt compelled to go super aggressive and see if he can get some work done, but in doing so, he will lose his life. Rubino, Cajun B, your last 2 remaining CTs, and Rubino behind the box on the other side of the map to Cajun B. Olof has spotted Rubino, and it's that UMP that's still in play. Cajun B has landed the AWP shot. Rubino's going to get nothing out of this round, and now all falls to the man who came over from Astralis. Can Cajun B be the clutch king for Dignitas? He wanted to get planted in the smoke, and yeah, I think he's by and large realised his days are numbered. So yeah, just save the AWP. Don't throw away that 7.2k worth of equipment while you take it through into the next round.
That's the big difference between Overpass and Cobblestone now. So to get 2 opening picks. I mean, right, they catch MSL in danger. Olaf gets a pick off a B platform on the config. And so at that point, Fnatic has all their options open to that point. Yes, they had a really heavy lean towards A in their opening formation, but when you get picks on each side of the map, you can really transition either way you want. And they decide to go into B. Olaf continues to get entries for them into the site, and you see them now get their first round, and Cajun B not even able to say that. Vinton catching them on the blind side, and going to force Dignitas to spend some money this round to be able to still get an op in play. And they will be able to buy that and pass it over to Cajun B. So they'll still have a really good buy here. It is true that they did kind of hold on to SMGs and FAMAS in the previous, so was able to kind of pull money together to be able to do this now.
Yeah, for those of you asking in chat and wondering, Dignitas won the first map fairly convincingly in the end. I think it was, what, 16-11, if memory serves me correctly. And that's not necessarily too one-sided, but take into account that Fnatic only got 2 rounds on their T side. They were winning 9-6 going through onto the second half, so it was a bit of a horror show on their T side, looking to make amends for that right now on Cobblestone, a map that definitely does favour them a lot more than Overpass does. But let's see if they can convert on that promise and that potential. As I mentioned before, as a result of not upgrading more rifles, they are able to buy back into this round. They can have a pretty solid buy. There's a double stack, but Magisboy doesn't even need his partner in crime. There's actually 3 players there in total. The other one being Cajun B with his AWP, so heavy, long stack. That is an incredibly ballsy play, and it works out.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a gamble, because it's so hard to read what's going on from the CT side of Cobblestone. Like, you can't really push as easily. Like, think, for example, like a cache where you can easily pop flash A main or B lobby and get information. You can't really do that on Cobblestone. And so you really are just kind of gambling when you make stacks. You're just trying to make gut reads, and that was a great one, right? I mean, Fnatic went for heavy A-Halls control in the previous round. They do it again here. This time the Dignitas are well prepared for it, and now they have a 4-on-3, a chance to reset Fnatic's economy and start building up their lead on this CT side. But Twist, he's trying to make the difference, and he does. It's a big kill on the MSL, but Magisboy, he's still alive here in the A site. Running out of time, though, is Fnatic.
25 seconds, yeah, and Olafmeister's low. So, 11 HP left, 20 seconds to play with everything seemingly going against him, and he's just making a beeline for the site. And he's going to get to this, so the bomb will get planted. And now, out of a situation where there was no hope, there's a glimmer of hope, a slither of hope. It's not much, though, because if he takes one bullet, he will be a dead man. Cajun B's missed his first opportunity, but now Rubino comes in, spray not quite on point, gets on the second time of asking, and it will be Dignitas taking it. But honestly, for Olafmeister to get a plant there in itself was pretty impressive.
Yeah, surely it kind of helps a little bit with the money reset. Still, though, going to be hard-pressed to make a buy here with Lekro being so low on money. You might just see some Tech 9s come out and maybe do some type of Flood B drop again. And until they can get money together for the next round, they can get maybe even an op in play. So there you see the Tech 9s and armor coming in. So shaving a little bit of money off the top, but not to the point that it'll cripple them in the next round. And of course, Dignitas still looking pretty here with that op in Cajun B's hands and rifles across the board. This time we will see Fnatic open up pretty heavy towards the B side and see if they're just going to plow in here or not.
Config goes for the spam through the smoke. Doesn't really connect a great deal. Olaf's down to 83. Finished off in the hands of Cajun B. And now here come the smokes and the set play. In effect, the majority of the T's, though, going through drop. And you can see that MSL just round the back of them, going to hold down the trigger. And that's where the A4 shines. The extra 10 bullets making all the difference. MSL bring this down to a 2-on-1, and Dennis was trying his best. Definitely the standout player from the first map. Finds himself with only 2 frags so far on Cobblestone, and Fnatic will lose that one. How's their economy looking? They will have enough to purchase AKs, but again, it's not going to be a great buy. It includes a Galil, not a huge amount of grenades. Let's see how they approach this round.
Especially with Olaf just being on a Galil, because he's actually been pretty good. He's been winning those 1v1 fights on the B platform with Config. The 2 times they've met up there, he's actually won, one of which led to a round win for Fnatic, the only one that they've gotten. So to have him a little bit handicapped certainly has a heavy impact on the round, you gotta believe, as they will open up 1-4B, so this is kind of their more common default here. They'll probably take it a little bit slower. But MSL and Magic's boy, they're looking to try to find something at middle here. They know that Fnatic likes to do this type of play a lot of the time, so they want to see if they can catch someone in isolation in the middle. But in the meantime, Lekro's taking control of drop, and MSL gets caught trying to flank early. So again, Fnatic, just like the round they won earlier, they get a pretty quick 5 versus 3.
Again, though, similar to Overpass, they're getting this off the back of Dignitas putting themselves in harm's way. Config gets the free frag. Oh, he switches! So unfortunate, it's going to cost him his life. But this round really does come off the back of Dignitas almost hanging themselves. And it's all great for Fnatic to take this round, but they still need to convert this. And Cajun B has been landing up shots, 2 frags. Dennis finally pushes through the smoke and will reap the rewards with a headshot, leaving Magistic Boy in a 1-on-2. So let's jump on board with his perspective. 2 flashes, has a kit, and 4 in Kevlar, so pretty decent amount of utility to work with. Smoke down, you can see that he's very cautious about a player being on the chicken coop side, and unfortunately for him, Benton peaks at the right time, and Fnatic pick up a second. But again, with that being off the back of Dignitas playing aggressively, I do still worry a little bit for Fnatic. That being said, Dignitas run to an eco, so this is the chance now for Fnatic to pull further ahead, or at least, sorry, bridge the gap.
Again, it's similar. MSL was getting away with a lot of that type of stuff when he was on Overpass, and he was able to just kind of push short B a lot and such, but now he tries to do it on Cobblestone, and he gets caught. And so that's definitely a big play there out of Fnatic. You are going to see them now on the Dignitas side, just with a couple of CZs, a Deagle, a 5-7 on config, not much armor to go around either. They're just stacking the B-bomb site with 4 players, just hoping that maybe they can put these upgraded pistols to work. Over on that side, they do have the CZ of Rubino over there, and the Deagle and 5-7 in play on that side of the map as well. And so far, you see Config kind of toying with people over here on this B platform. Dennis has the op over there, just kind of keeping his eyes on the platform, but so far, no real damage has been exchanged.
Nothing as of yet. Fnatic, again, just waiting, biding their tires. Mid-Twisted takes point, and again, the weapon switch is going to cost the player his life. Rubino, Houdini himself, somehow escapes out of drop zone, but with 3 health, so not cleanly. It's still life with the CZ. Can he rain down some more frags? This boy is going to pick up 1 frag. Here comes the block. And that's good enough to take the CTs down and out. Fnatic did lose 2 players in the round, and Dignitas will be likely onto another eco. They can't afford a full buy. No point rushing this. They still find themselves in the lead.
Yeah, certainly. There's definitely no cause for panic right now for Dignitas. They still have 5 rounds on the CT side, which sometimes is all you get, I feel like, on this map. A lot of heavy double-digit T sides are common on this map, so they're already like at the bare minimum, so they just need to try to find a few more rounds, I feel like. So I think they feel pretty good about their terror side, but we'll see what they can do here, see if these Deagles actually cause a ruckus or not, as Fnatic are looking to just kind of ante up over here at B, and Olaf has already cleared out config, so far so good. But look at this, Dignitas, all of a sudden these upgraded pistols are causing a bit of a disturbance, but now Fnatic are clearing them out.
Again, the nightmare of picking up a weapon and having no Kevlar. We'll see Rubino taken down MSL with his Deagle, who had a solid performance on Overpass, honestly. I think he was second top behind Config. He played like a monster. I wasn't expecting much from MSL, and he does get picked off from the AWP, courtesy of Dennis on B platform. This is the point that Dignitas have been waiting for these previous 2 rounds, though. For this buy, Config, he's going to go with an M4. Make sure he has a full, healthy dosage of grenades. They could have got an AWP, but it would have probably been a glass cannon AWP and not a great deal of nades behind it. So, going for the firepower and the utility. And Dignitas now have a chance to regain some momentum. But Fnatic have looked pretty solid these last few rounds, so game well and truly back on.
Indeed, and Olafmeister's had a lot of success working this B platform, by the way. He's gotten better config on several occasions, and he's going to put some early damage on config once more, taking him down to 73. And again, we were talking about Olaf having a tough overpass. We also mentioned how he needs to be big on this map because he holds an important position, and so far he's playing it well. Again, look at config, he's already down to 8 HP. So, I mean, Olaf might go, 3 for 3 on this B battle, it seems like, but he's actually backpedaling a bit because we're seeing a lot of pressure put on A from Fnatic. They're pushing out long right now. They do have the pick on Magicsploit.
And you can see how much it was weighing on their mind while Olafmeister doing the damage and being present. They put 4 players on B. They left A very vulnerable. And although MSL takes down the frag, he's on 11, so 2 players incredibly low. The bomb was dropped, but it's going to get salvaged very quickly from Fnatic, you'd assume. So grenades continue to go back and forth. Here comes Lekro now with the bomb. You can get the plant down. A little bit worried in case there's a pesky CT lurking in the shadows, but obviously no one there, as we can see. Bomb planted, and this is where MSL and Config's health could really work against Dignitas. They're waiting for Rubino to try and lurk round the back of them and flank and see if he can get a kill or 2, and that could open up this. If he doesn't, though, I wouldn't be too surprised if Dignitas just pull back and save.
Yeah, Rubino's definitely the key player here. The thing is, so much time has passed that Fnatic has to pay attention to it. You see Vinton actually has his crosshairs trained on this very position, and he will win the fight, and so that will cause Dignitas to save these guns, just as you noted. And so it will be Fnatic tying up the game 5-all now. Dignitas, though, saving a pretty good amount of guns here, but still, the other players will be low on money, and they may not even get to save them. We do see Fnatic on the chase, actually. Fire coming out. Olafmeister will go down the cage in B, so Dignitas will hold on to these 3 rifles now.
Sure will, but it's going to mean Fnatic get 4 rounds on the bounce. Momentum certainly going in their favour. 3 players in 7k or thereabouts, so the bank is building up nicely for the Swedes. Much better performance thus far on the T side as opposed to Overpass. That's a lot of good signs. But again, we did see, I believe the first map started at 5-5 then 6-6, and that's when Dignitas started to pull away with it a little bit. So I'll be curious to see how Fnatic face off against another rifle round. That really did come off the back of Olafmeister's damage on B plat and then them stacking 4 players on B, losing the player on A. I'm not sure Dignitas will make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, we'll see again. Olafmeister prodding over here at the B platform again. He's just getting some kind of early chipping damage here. Opening up through that smoke. This time it's Cajun B who's going to face the brunt of it. Down to 74, so it's not a lot of damage, but it's certainly at least giving Olaf a little bit of an early advantage here. As again, he's definitely been quite the nuisance for Dignitas in some of these rounds that Fnatic have been stringing together. It's really kind of allowing the rest of his team to like focus on controlling A halls and middle, while Olaf practically like holds enough pressure on B by himself to keep people in place.
Again, Config's interested in trying to use this smoke to his advantage. The flashbang, which I believe was thrown from his teammate. I think it was Cajun B that threw that in, actually. Rex Cajun B, but it could have saved his life, because I think he's about to push through the smoke when Olfmeister was in position.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, they've rotated hard on A this time. Last time it was a B rotation that cost, and this time it could be A. Olfmeister's out. Can Config get the frag? No, he can't, but Olfmeister will get answered back. Rabino gets 2 frags.
Thank
Can he
God
get a
for
third one?
Rabino.
Oh, he gets taken down. Yeah, but is it just a case of Rabino delaying the inevitable here, Dust? Because Fnatic have still got on the site. They're still going to get the bomb planted.
Yeah, let's watch how this plays out, but we want to talk about that round for a second, as Dennis trying to see if he can't go ahead and build up around Electro now, pushing in and catching Cajun B as well, so all hope is basically lost. Magic Boy will just run away with the M4. Am I slow, or did Fnatic do nothing to cause Dignitas to rotate that heavy?
No, they didn't. I think Dignitas just made a judgment call, and it was completely the incorrect decision.
I mean, I didn't see what nade set Fnatic threw at the A-bomb site. I know they had 3 players in that area. I'm not sure what they threw, because I was kind of focused up on what's going on at Long B. But, yeah, it just seems really odd that Dignitas rotated that hard. I don't even think Fnatic sold a proper enough fake to make you even consider doing that type of rotation.
I think they had a player around long and one around mid, but honestly, they didn't throw a set play onto A. They didn't throw any nades or flashes out. I think it was just a massive over-rotation by Dignitas. Maybe a bit too...
Maybe it's because... Was that Config who played the edge of the smoke and didn't spot anything at Long B when he played the edge of the smoke? Because Olaf was hiding inside of it and another player was not peeking? Maybe that's part of it. Like, Config just said there's nothing Long B. Maybe that's the read they went off of. But, yeah, it definitely hurt them.
That seems like a lot of... eggs to be put in that basket, because for all he knows, Olaf is just playing passive, or they're stacking in drop and they're about to execute onto B anyway. But yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from. Config
well, that's the one round where Olaf wasn't just showing himself doing a bunch of damage on the platform. Yeah. So maybe that's why they based the read, but definitely wasn't the best one. Now Config gets cleared again. He's having a hard time over there today.
Yeah, he's struggling. This time he goes into the alcove and that Molly completely wrecks him. Out into the open he goes and just gets picked off. But it is a 1-for-1 trade, so Dignitas did at least take down Olaf. On top of that, Rabino gets the headshot onto Lekro. So Dignitas started this run pretty rough with Config getting found out and fragged, but they have managed to salvage this somewhat. And it looks like this is going to be very much a B-centric push, as Twist is lurking in the smoke drop zone, comes out, will find himself on the receiving end of a battering courtesy of Rabino. Is that
Poor Cajun B. Yeah, that was a stack over the smoke. Cajun B not eyeing that at all. Gets his elbow stuck out there a little bit too much. And so now it's going to be up to Dennis and Vent to see what they can do. Nice shot from Dennis, but MSL fires right back, so they have a 2-on-1.
And has done a lot of damage as well onto Majestic Boy, so if you can pick off the head of MSL, maybe this is doable, but time is ticking against him. There's the first frag, and now MSL walks into a squad 10 and gets sprayed down. Benton with the 1v2 clutch, keeping Fnatic in the lead. They now take a 2-round lead, and look at the economy of Dignitas. That's a massive chain of events that go firmly the way of the Sweets.
And so it looked like a good half out of Dignitas, so they're really going to put together a solid CT side and really get the advantage going into the second half. All of a sudden, Fnatic, they're really posing that threat of getting that double-digit half, and that means that Dignitas has to do a lot more work on their own T side than maybe they would have liked to based on how things were starting out. As they are just going to be on the upgraded pistols once more. Venton holding mid by himself. Again, Fnatic with this 1-4B. This is kind of their favorite default to open with, and so far it's yielded great results, so why not? No real stack from Dignitas either this round. They pretty much are just playing default positions. Alright. Of course Config will win his first battle against Olaf all game with the P250. Brilliant. No way! What is this, Menace? How is it that Config has the best round of his CT side Cobblestone on the P250? Literally, Olaf and company has just been straight wrecking him all game on that platform. Gets a P250, gets 2 kills, and helps this team win the round. Unreal. Now he has a second out to put and play this round. I just can't even.
How does that even happen, man?
P250 greater than M4, I suppose. Just unbelievable. That round changes everything about this half, I feel like, now, because now you have a great buy from Dignitas. You have Fnatic, who will, after this round, pretty much be out of money if they can't win this one. And that's when Dignitas can actually have just a stellar CT side, actually, at that point. So that's a huge round.
Yeah, apologies, guys. I was having like a coughing fit. I didn't want to unmute my microphone and just like wreck everyone's ears. But yeah, that is absolutely ridiculous. The fact that Magistic Boy gets a double frag with a 5-7 around the back and Config just getting the kills on B flat. Man. And that was the chance for Fnatic to pull far ahead on this half. Yep. You know, get like a 10-5 sort of score, like 9-6 maybe. They still could get the 9-6, of course, but that was their golden ticket. There's the frag, the way of Cajun B. MSL meanwhile is going to get the M4 spray down. Magistic Boy with the headshot with the AK, and it's all on or off. When it rains, it pours for Fnatic, and Dignitas have pulled it back. And talk about one-sided. They didn't lose a single point of health in that round even. It was a rifle round they're up against. Now Fnatic are up against it with 6.3k Electro, but everybody else is broke.
It's actually pretty crazy, though. Also, when you look at Dignitas' side of things, look at the frag distribution there. Top fragger with 12 kills. Then, you know, most guys just a couple below or one below that. I mean, I guess Config's a bit of an outlier, but he just had a big round at P250, so he still definitely had an impact on this half. And now it's the last round of the half, and Fnatic just working with upgraded pistols at 1-op on Lecro of all people. Again, just the musical chairs of opping of Fnatic. That's one thing that has not changed with the roster shuffle.
Certainly not. But can Lecro get anything done with the AWP? You know, we've already seen Dignitas really spoil the party with pistols. But that's on the CT side, and they can play more of a static, passive approach and just hope that Fnatic don't check a corner or get an opportunistic timing go their way. Now Fnatic have to be the pressers. They have to be the assailants. And Dignitas, with a very healthy dosage of weapons, should be favourites to take this round. And then some. Here comes the push, though. Twist and Venting going to be going in, and Rubino gets picked off, so that's a big scalp to take. But there are still 2 players on the B side, including MSL, who's up on the boost, and Config, who's in the chicken coop, who's just raining down fire with the AWP. Speaking of fire, Benton's going to burn his toast. He pushes out a drop zone, and it's all going to be a Magistic Boy now with his AK-47, and Fnatic take it with pistols. I don't even.
Of course they did. 2 key rounds at the end of the half come down to pistol victories. What a way to play it. And I mean, to be fair, Tech9s are so deadly around the drop-down area on this map. So you can see how they should have an impact against situations like that. And so it's actually an 8-7 half, though. So, I mean, I think Dignitas is still feeling pretty good about that. I mean, they had a great start to that half. Yeah, they're probably kind of kicking themselves that they let the half kind of spot out of their control for a little while. But they still come up with a couple of key rounds there towards the end to put themselves in good position, right? Especially if they can get pistol here in the second half. They're well set up to take this map at that point. Fnatic are going to have one of those brilliant CT sides they were so well known for in the past. There's so much skill on the team. They still do have a fair amount of skill on the team, right? I mean, Dennis is definitely excellent. You know, Olaf, he seems to be playing better this map than he was in the last, and he's definitely a classic character to keep an eye on for fragging. And of course, Twist, I think, is certainly kind of a guy that a lot of people have pointed to be a very flashy fragger in the Swedish scene. So they definitely have a lot of guns to put to work here. But again, Dignitas have some really good T-sides on Cobblestone. I really enjoy watching them play. It's really cool because the way that Dignitas played Cobblestone, you know, back in January and February this year when they were, you know, getting all those big finishes and they were looking like this really super hot team, they still pretty much have the same system, just with different players slotted into the old players' roles. So they still have this like working system that most of their players are familiar with, and they run it very well. Maybe it makes them a bit readable, I guess, but they still execute it so well.
Yeah, and with the last map really being the terrorist side that cost them, now that Fnatic have 8 rounds and a bit of a buffer to play with, I think they're in pretty solid shape. The CT side of Cobblestone isn't the easiest of CT sides, right? I think for a while, Cobblestone was considered to be fairly heavily T-sided. Now I'd say it's a bit more even, but T-side definitely can take a whole bunch of rounds. So it's not taking anything for granted, but Fnatic are in pretty good shape when they go through into the second half.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think you have to give them the slight nod going into the rest of this map, but it's still close enough to where Fnatic can take pistol and they can get their double op setup rolling that they like to use on the CT side. That they could definitely still put up a good enough defense to stay ahead in this game, and at least get a 1-1 map split out of this. Because, I mean, that's just like really the main thing Fnatic's playing in right now is EPL. Like they're not really playing in anything else yet since they put this lineup together. I think right now they sit at 7-4 since they just lost Overpass. So I mean, they're definitely still a team that could be in playoff contention for EPL, but definitely need to get this map to help that along.
Yeah, of course, we were just talking over the warm-up in between the halves, guys, so don't worry, we're not live just yet.
Press that damn start button, Menace.
I know,
These
it's all on
casters
me, bro.
just want to hear themselves talk, of course. This game, not going to start.
It's unreal how many people actually think that, though. Like, it always blows my mind.
At this point, I wonder if it's kind of a troll. Like, people do actually know it. They still just troll anyway. But I think some people seriously get heated if the casters don't start the game. You're right. It's kind of crazy stuff.
That's why I've
just
kind
like,
of
of course, we cause all the delays at LAN events as well. It's all us.
Yeah. Definitely.
It's not at our desk, not ready in time. Definitely.
And then we just get carried away, obviously, when the analysts from the desk are like, hey, I just love the sound of my own voice so much.
Yeah.
The players have to wait for us, so deal with it.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, people again asking who the casters are in chat. It's myself as Dust, and then of course it's Metis and On Fire. We'll see you at a big event pretty soon here, right? DreamHack Bucharest. It's kind of be your. Well, I guess the first event you've done in a little while, right?
Yeah.
You've been off for a bit before that.
2 or 3 months. I mean, we did have a bit of a break collectively in the CS scene.
Yeah, that's very true.
I did summer, like DreamHack summer, and then going to Bucharest. I'm actually leaving tomorrow morning to Romania, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Actually, it's a pretty stacked tournament in terms of teams. Have you actually had a chance? Maybe we can even talk about that in this wait time, because we have no idea how long it's going to be. But do you know the teams that are taking part? Because I was going to ask you who sort of like your top 3 would be out of that. Who you think could take it? I actually have a feeling that Cloud9 may do really well. Oh, I say that, and then the second pistol starts, so get wrecked.
Brilliant.
Maybe if we have get a pause, we can go back to that topic. But we are live into the second pistol. Dignitas on the T side, of course. Fnatic with 8 rounds on their first half, although it was back and forth, a couple pistol round wins in the dying embers of the first half that just standard Counter-Strike. And the kill dispersal, I just want to highlight as well, because I always love this aspect of Counter-Strike, when everyone on the team is performing well. There's 3 kills between Majestic Boys top and Config and KJB who are bottom.
Well, you're casting solo for this round. I actually had to step away and let someone in the house, so I'm sorry. Production value on point. BRB.
No worries. So, as Dust is away, let's see if Dignitas could explode into this round and claim the second pistol. It is very much a split aggression thus far, with the bomb being dropped just outside of the drop zone itself. MSL's going to get the first frag, and there's a bit of a scuffle there between the T players, nearly team killing each other in the back of the head, but Offmeister's gone down on B long, and that's going to be the bomb taken onto the B site. The thing is, though, the CTs are rapidly rotating. Dennis very nearly lands the frag onto KJB, who somehow survives and escapes. What is happening here? And now, suddenly, Fnatic... Oh, what? KJB is dodging bullets left, right, and centre. If you listen really closely, Dennis is just face-desked so hard he's broke his desk. His keyboard and mouse has gone flying away. How he didn't get that kill is beyond me. But Lekro now has the arduous task of trying to stop this push, and the flashbang in his face. He can't see a single thing. He will go down. Isn't it fitting that the man that refused to die, the turd that wouldn't flash of Cajun B, comes round to claim the final frag of the second pistol? What is life? That is ridiculous. On 7 health, like 3 separate scuffles, and he survives and lands the final kill. So, Fnatic will have 4 Deegs and a 5-7. 3 UMPs and 2 AK-47s for Cajun B. I'm still somewhat shell-shocked as to what I just saw there. That is so ridiculous. Double stack in mid. We'll see both Twist and Venton with a crossfire. This is where MSL actually was, if you cast your minds back to the first half He had the UMP in that position. Got 3 frags from it. Cajun B with his AK is good for a kill, but they're being tapped from long range from the Deagle. Here comes the UMP, and Magisboy with 2 frags. Very nicely done. Saving the bacon of his teammates as well, who are pushing into a bit of a crossfire. And from there on out, it should be smooth sailing for Dignitas. I say that actually, but Olofmeister has his hands on an AK, and he's got the Kevlar. And with 2 players low, maybe he's good for this. No, he's not. Magisboy will put him down. Full house of frags. 7 from the... 7? That's definitely not correct. 7 frags in a round, of course. Brilliant maths. He's back as I make that nerf, of course. Fantastic.
There could be 7 frags in a round across 2 teams, of course.
Yeah, EU maths.
I'm trying to help you.
GG.
Best I can.
Yes, but Magisboy got 3, and I think it was Cajun that got 2 in the end. So you came back. You didn't see Cajun B survive like 7 times and 7 HP. It was pretty ridiculous. In pistol, you missed that, Dust. Get wrecked.
I'm sorry about that. Maybe I'll go back and watch the VOD. Probably not, though. Fnatic, of course, in this round, just on basic pistols. We did see Lekro and Vinton upgrade up just a tight bit, but meanwhile, MSL's cleared out A-Bomb's like completely by himself. Now he's just going to fight everyone connector with the ump by himself. Also, done a lot of damage here. Bomb is like in this weird transition because now Magisboy is getting picks at drop as well. Seems like Dignitas to win the round no matter what, though. Now, I mean, they have a 4-on-2. Should be fine. That flash will help. I'm not sure who threw that, but that man was blind. Magisboy clears out the round. So 10-8. How'd you like that? That play-by-play. That was kind of this weird hybrid.
Hashtag
pointing things out, play-by-play.
See you at the next major, mate.
Next time, just talk over me and I'll shut up. All right? That's what we'll do.
It's all good. It's all good. So Fnatic now do have a buy, but man, this is sketchy. Mag 7, I mean, Mag 7's completely fine, especially in drop zone, which is where Lekro's going. But it's more the grenades and lack of kit that's worrying me here from Fnatic. Hyper aggressive round by Dignitas. We saw a lot of overpass too, and Rubino goes in by himself, completely isolated. Ouch. Dennis realizing his likelihood that there's going to be more players behind him, just preemptively sprays through the smoke and claims the second frag. So, lack of weaponry, lack of kits, but if you get all the kills, it doesn't matter. That being said, Dignitas have pulled this out the fire. 2 kills in quick succession. They actually have the HP advantage, and now the player advantage as MSL puts down Dennis with ease, looking for a second frag, and he lands it. Venton does answer back in the meanwhile over on B long, which is going to give Dignitas the call, I assume. And the bomb on the site itself, Magisboy is going to go for this one, and he should get it. No, maybe he won't. Twist is going to get the better of him, but he's put him down to 14 health. Twist could actually clutch this, you know. MSL lands the shot very close. By the way, MSL gets 4 in that round. Carry MSL
kills.
confirmed.
He's the second fragger on his team.
Carry
MSL is confirmed. Check out this guy. There you go. As that round did not look good to start, Dennis had a really big opener to get it a 5-on-3, but Dignitas still pull it out. I have to say, the Dignitas has like some really crisp flashbangs to like get themselves back in rounds. The one flash for MSL to clear rock, for example, from drop was really big, I feel like. And so now Fnatic are back onto a save. Dignitas, again, was changing the pace that round. I feel like they're much more known for, you know, just kind of the slow spread. But that round they just floored B and ran into initial trouble, but still wound up with the victory in the end. Now they're catching Fnatic on the save, and Cajun B has already found 1 kill at the Mac 10 to, you know, gain some extra money for later.
This round should have been a formality, and it's looking like it's going to go that way. 2 Deagles. Dennis with a tasty 1-tap. He had a couple of 1-taps on overpass, but he is now the last remaining counter-terrorist, and being smoked off, really no hope. And I'm getting deja vu here, Dust. Last time it was on the T side that Fnatic failed to get any rounds. This time they're going to be off to a 0-for-5 start on their CT side. Their economy has been battered and bruised multiple times. This is pretty much as good as it gets as far as a terrorist side is concerned, so Dignitas are in prime position to strike.
Yeah. And I'm kind of curious if Dignitas will get back to kind of like what I'm familiar with, because again, I think now they've just been a little bit more free-for-all, a little bit quicker pace. Like you said, very similar to what they did in Overpass, which is a bit out of character. So curious to see if we'll see them kind of go back to their tried and true system they like to run now that Fnatic will be back on guns in the next round, or if they'll continue to kind of throw in these heavy executes. I mean, that's how many teams have started out, right? Like even Navi, like MLG Columbus going forward, really started to add explosive plays. SK, the Brazilians, same thing. Like everyone's kind of converted over to this hybrid style where you have like the default methodical play as your foundation, and then you mix in the quick executes as a change of pace. So that's definitely a cool way to do it. Makes you hard to read, and we do see Fnatic getting the double op setup that we mentioned earlier, so they will try to really use that to try to see if they can't change things in this game.
I wonder at what point Fnatic will pull the pause if this continues to go the way it is. A bit of a derp nade by Config, bounces off the wall back towards his own teammate. He may have slightly tagged up MSL in the process. He stood right next to him. This, as he said, double ops in play, heavy investment into this round. It's going to cost them a few more nades and a few more kits, but it's so important that they mix something up because the CT side has just been going very quickly away from Fnatic. Lecro again with a max 7 in drop zone. And Twist is going to be playing aggressive Config with a pixel perfect headshot. Opens up things nicely. The account of Dignitas is well and truly open and ready for business. Cajun B going to be peering around the corner. Is Lecro about to walk into this? Yes, he is! The second frag goes the way of Dignitas, and oh man, this has just been a crippling CT side. Fnatic are getting battered and bruised. Dennis has an AWP, but look at his position. Far from ideal. Does land and connect the kill, however. And could very well back away. There's flashes to greet him. A second flash to his forehead. And down he goes. Key frags being exchanged. Olaf in the smoke gets picked off next, and now it's all on Venton, but he's going to die. So the double orbs do not work. And Fnatic on the brink of another loss.
Starting to look that way, isn't it? I mean, they put a lot of investment to that double op setup. They didn't get much out of it, and so in this round, it's just going to be upgraded pistols and armor, and so they're obviously trying to gear up to still have a nice full buy when Dignitas goes for map point. But it seems like the route there is going to be much easier for Dignitas than Fnatic would have hoped. We are going to see Dignitas just rush a mid just immediately and catch Benton out almost just as quickly. And so now they already pretty much have A side under their control, as now Twist has even been cleared out.
Yeah, great start again, although it is Fnatic on pistols. They're playing for the next rounds where everything is going to come down to this next rifle rounds. Config dies by Lecro, but I think it's just a drop in the ocean. Actually, hold the phone for a second, because what I didn't realise at the time is how low the Jisboy is and Rubino is. And sure, still the Terrorists should be firm favourites to claim this round, but the 5-7 and the Deagle are definitely capable of clutching this out. Rubino's on the side, the Jisboy to the right-hand side, and Olafmeister is going to connect the headshot. In fact, just a body shot onto the already weakened Magisboy. KTB on the prowl, second frag to Olafmeister. Is he going to turn it back on again here? He's going to go and tap the defuse, trying to put Cajun B out of position. He throws the molly in, and that's pretty much going to win the round. Absolutely. There's no kit, there's no smoke to extinguish the molly. And Olaf won't keep his weapon. He's going to blow up to the bomb, just to add insult to injury. A nice try, but the corpse says it all.
That's actually kind of brilliant. Like the angle at which you peak slope is pretty much a headshot angle for those attacking you, and there's even ways you can kind of like run up it without being peeked unless Olaf like really commits to peeking down the slope. And the way the bomb was planted and the fact that he had a Molotov, it was just, there was almost no way for Olaf to win, basically, right? He would have had to have like pushed Cajun B before he primes the Molotov or something and catch a sick timing. So that's definitely going to be difficult to win that type of thing. And now you are going to see, this is Dignitas' favorite opener. Just letting Rubino play B by himself, and the way that they work mid-room and A halls and how they mid-round transition from this is what is Dignitas' reasoning for how they've been so successful on this map throughout this year. They just play this so well.
I think this is really last chance saloon for the Fnatic boys. Double up set up again. Lack of grenades again. They do have a kit in the hands of Benton, but this time not playing too aggro up the likes of Long. It's cost them big. I think it was Config that got the opening pick onto Twist. And we saw a couple rounds to go, and it's going to be this time Cajun B onto Twist, who's going to leave the A site vulnerable. It's not quite right for the taking as Venton and now Lecro moving into position, but again, it's important that Fnatic don't make the same mistake that Dignitas did by over-rotating. So they're going to keep Olafmeister and his AWP on B plateau. But Dignitas still have a bit of time to play with, so They could easily get themselves back towards the B side, which is where Rubino is waiting for the rest of his team to join him. And it seems like Fnatic have called this. They've already moved Dennis back into position. You can see Venton's getting a move on towards B as well. 30 seconds to go. Dignitas now have to commit to the B site. Olafmeister misses his chance, but he does get vital information for his team. So now they know they need to hold in position.
Look at this transition from Dignitas from A control to a B hit to now a drop A split. They are just making Fnatic scramble all across the map. Fnatic can't really even find their footing, and Dignitas able to just put this round away. And that's what I'm talking about when I talk about Dignitas's like opener. The way that they work control of mid-room and A halls, and they leave themselves enough time to double back to B, and even still enough time to transition to what you just saw there. Think about how many audibles they called from A control to B hit to let's split drop into the A bomb site. Like, incredible how they just stretched your CT rotation so thin by playing it that way.
Yeah, and you can see they were making Fnatic's head spin so much they just pretty much fell over. Way too dizzy to deal with it. Fnatic will have Max 7 and UMP. Yeah, it's fantastic calling on the fly from MSI. I mean, he gets a lot of flack, but the guy's a very intelligent leader, you have to say. Some of his strat calling is on point.
They're pretty. I think MSL's calling is probably some of my favorites to watch on T-side Cobblestone of any team. And some of their results are really good evidence of that. I mean, how they, especially earlier this year. Of course, there's some other really big Cobble teams like Navi and SK and such, but it's really fun to watch MSL call mid-round transitions on this map.
And he's been putting in the work as well with frags. You know,
yeah,
he's 18 for 12. He had a solid performance on Overpass too. Twist will get the better of Conflict. Close range confrontation. Isn't too sure if he wants to push out and pick up that weapon just yet, in case it's into the embracing arms of a terrorist player. We'll happily oblige him. Spray down from Dennis. Narrowly missing out on getting burnt. Doesn't quite spread far enough. Here comes the push. And it's going to be Dignitas actually bringing this back to a 2-on-2. Hyper-aggressive plays. Venton will get the kill into Cajun B as he cheekily pushes through the window, which leaves Rubino on a 1-on-2, but he has got the bomb planted. And if Venton pushes up B long right now, it could effectively be 2 1v1s. I like this play. It's actually Twist that was pushing up originally. He's going to join Venton and they're going to push together. This is a lot more intelligent play. 2 flashes for Rubino. A couple flashes have been expended by Fnatic on their approach to the site. HE has also been utilised. Rubino hiding in their side. First frag, but gets traded out. Venton will get this clutch. Well, actually, it's going to be quite close. He has no kit, but he's got it.
Yeah, you should have it by like a good second or two.
Yeah, he's all good. So Fnatic will get the clutch, but they do lose 4 players. So their buy into this round's not going to be anything too spectacular. They're not able to afford a secondary AWP, which we've seen them go for a couple of times already. But it is going to be enforced, and they are going to be okay with the Max 7 too.
And Olafmeister, despite having like a pretty good opener on the T side, where I thought he was playing the B platform quite well, he's actually really still struggling. He's 13 and 21. Twist has had an even worse game. He's 8 and 24. Meanwhile, Dignitas is pretty much firing on all cylinders. No one negative on that team.
Absolutely. It's a good point that you raised. And, you know, Twist is one of those guys that we've been saying for the longest time in the Swedish scene. He is one of the most talented players that there is, you know?
Yeah, very high skill ceiling, can do it all. Yeah,
up until him joining Fnatic, he's kind of the underachiever in terms of which teams he'd been a part of. 8 for 24 is a scoreline you don't often see on him. Very similar to how he felt on Olof in the previous map. But Fnatic refusing to go down without a fight. They're going to stay in this one an extra round. This is the worry though, Dust. With 1 minute and 5, they have a distinct lack of utility. They have no smokes to play with. Their incendiary has just been utilised. This is a bit rough.
Fnatic have made the right call, though. They do have 3 members sitting inside the A bomb site, and it seems like Dignitas are committed to A, but again, they still have 50 seconds to bounce out if they all of a sudden kind of feel the pressure over here at long A. And with Winton peeking config and getting that pick, there's a little bit of pressure here, but look at Rubino splitting up the mid, so he can still cause a huge problem. It's 1 pick. They still trade their way in. Unbelievable. Now a 2v2. Now a 2v1. What's happened?
Yeah, unbelievable, isn't it? Fnatic were in prime position to strike, but the trade's going in the favour of Dignitas. Olafmeister still alive and very much a threat to contend with. With his orders moving in, MSL will not be getting no scope today. And Olafmeister tries for the second shot, but it's going to be Dignitas who take the clean sweep. 2-0. I thought Cobblestone would maybe favour Fnatic, or at least be very close, but it actually ends up being more one-sided than Overpass was. Fnatic got 11 rounds on Overpass, 9 on Cobblestone.
Yeah, really well done. I mean, even though they ran into some trouble on the day, but honestly, that time, initial hole that long, it was looking pretty good. It's just the timing at which they were also able to get up mid-slope and get Rubino involved and be able to kind of catch some of Fnatic's players trying to fall out of position because they were holding pretty aggressively towards long. And it seemed like they were trying to transition into, you know, a more passive holding pattern inside the site based off the initial pick they got, which is the right call. But they kind of got beat to the punch because you saw the Dignitas already up mid-slope, fighting them as they were trying to roll back. So just good trading there in the end from Dignitas to actually still get the round despite suffering an opening pick. And again, just a brilliant play from Dignitas the entire game, really. I mean, they just really kind of outclassed Fnatic through most of this game. And I guess we're going to be on a bit of a break, but we're going to have Dignitas continuing some more Pro League play here in just a moment against Penta.
We will indeed. Just been given the IP, so I guess we won't be jumping into that one fairly shortly, but we will indeed cut for a break. We'll be back in a few moments, guys, for Dig against Penta and another couple of maps. So you don't want to go anywhere for this. We'll be back in a few. Hey ladies and gents, quick update as we are running a bit over schedule, as you've probably noticed. First match was Dignitas Fnatic. See a lot of you asking in chat as to how that went. Dignitas actually breezed past Fnatic and won it 2-0, 16-11, 16-9 in the end. Fairly one-sided affair, and next they play up against Penta. Currently 6 players on the server, so we could be waiting a little while longer. But as soon as we get more info, or as soon as we're about to jump live, of course, we'll go back live again. I just wanted to give you an update for those of you asking in chat. So I'm going to head back off to music, and hopefully we'll be talking again soon. Right, ladies and gents, we are live into the second map. Apologies, I had to quickly run off and do a couple of things before we jump live into this one. It was delayed by a little bit, so it caught me off guard. But we haven't missed a great deal of the action. Dignitas are going to be onto the CT side here and won the pistol. Subsequent round, though, Penta have came back into this one pretty strong, so Dignitas have their work cut out for them here on Dust 2. Tarson's going to go down next, and Mike S is the last remaining terrorist with 50 seconds to play with. Are you here, Dust? I don't believe he is. Down goes Mike S, and Dignitas will claim themselves a second round. Hello, Mr. Dust. Are you there?
Indeed I am.
Ah, there we go. Cool. Got it done.
What an introduction that is.
Yes. Well, it kind of caught me off guard because it was delayed by quite a while, and suddenly out of nowhere it just started. Like, I swear I alt-tabbed away for like 30 seconds and the game started. So rip.
We missed the first round, of course. And the second round as well. We're at the third round, though.
Oh, Magic Spoil is going to go in, and the eco from Penta isn't going to yield any results. Actually, no one falling, so really solid stuff from
So I can definitely blame you for this, right?
Yeah, you can blame me.
This is definitely all Menace's fault. So be sure whenever you complain on social media, it's all on Menace, not on Dust.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Here's that bus for you, man. Let me just
Cheers.
place it down right along on top of you. We are going to see the 3-0 start for Dignitas, but now we do have Pimps onto the full buy, and they will have Mike S with the op. And look at this, though. Look at Rubino. He's not messing around. Was he heard, though, is the question. Yes, he was. But he still gets the kill anyhow, but it is traded, so a 4-on-4 now.
Yeah, surprised that Rubino actually got the frag there, all things considered. He was against an AK-47 and got the better of that player, which is Lowell. Of course, we saw Penta yesterday have a pretty decent performance, winning 19-16 in their matchup on... Cast my mind back. Was it Overpass? Or was it Mirage?
Thanks. Yeah, it was Overpass. And then Heroic won the second map.
Yeah,
but right. I can't remember what the second map was.
Nuke.
I think it was... Yeah, okay, it was Nuke, you're right. Yeah, so definitely, like, because Penta was 1-5 going into that, so I guess now, what, they're 2-6 in the EPL, so definitely not one of the teams you expected caused a huge disturbance, and Dignitas definitely looked hot in that last series against Fnatic, and in general have looked pretty decent. So, would expect them to be the favorite here, but oh my goodness, he's big getting cooked right now in the corner. He will get cleared out by Penta, and this has been a pretty explosive round on B from Penta Sports. It looks like they may just secure that first round out of the half for themselves, as there's not really much that Intos is going to be able to do about it. Magix does actually upgrade to an AK, but trying to actually peek the Mike S is going to be difficult.
Yeah, I feel like this is exit frag into save territory, really. There's not a great deal Dignitas can get done out of this round. The first frag's gone down, but now, of course, Magic's boy and his position has been compromised. So, smoking off, just waiting, no intention of clutching this round, as you can see from Cajun Beat's perspective. He's just chilling in mid, going to get any passes by, and from the positions that Dignitas have here, they could very well claim a couple more frags onto Penta and at least make them dip back into their back pocket. As the shot not quite connecting through the doors. Cajun Beat holding off from long range. It's Magis Boy who's at close range. He's going to go down. Important to save this AWP. Cajun Beat, no reason for him to peek anymore. And the AWP will be saved. So Penta finally get themselves on the board in round number 4.
And we will see the Dignitas actually get into a double op setup now. They had saved one, and then they purchased another. And so it will be Rubino, I would imagine, taking it towards the back of the B-bomb site where he normally plays with MSL. And then KGB, very well known for playing the crossover position with his op at the A-bomb site. But he'll actually take his op over towards mid this round. And actually Rubino will as well. It's a double op setup on middle. And Rubino will actually look into peeking lower B while KGB holds top cat. So definitely some aggressive positioning with these ops. And it's crazy to see them both focused on middle.
You can see it. Well, the terrorist was very close to peaking. That's going to be Chris with a flashbang on point. Rubino's going to go down. So that aggressive play completely backfiring. Let's go. TV wants to watch the corpse. A bit morbid, a bit strange. Switch that across. HB misses his chance. Stefan is still alive, but on 23 health, and he will look to try and press a bit of aggression through mid. Meanwhile, though, with Dignitas losing the first player, this does split them fairly thin. They've got 3 players over on the A side. That leaves MSL and his M4 on B, but Penta are looking to aggress Catwalk with a minute to play with. Bomb's been dropped, though, so declaration of intent. They want to get a pick and maybe try and convert into the round. Still very much up in the air, this one.
Indeed it is. I mean, Penta do have the one-man advantage, but we do have a lot of damage being dealt to Stefan. I think Cajun tagged him with the op through the door earlier in the round, so he's, you know, definitely a bit vulnerable. MSL, though, holding B alone. His rotate's actually pretty far away. Config's pretty deep in the CT spawn, so he's actually going to have a lot of weight on his shoulders to hold this B tunnels push, but Config does catch Stefan at middle. He kind of goes out by himself, and now MSL just needs to buy time as best as he can. Config is starting to get towards the door now, so maybe they can get a crossfire going here, but MSL gets cleared out and Config gets pushed off. So now they have to try to play a 3v4 retake. The bomb going down in B, and we know how difficult it can be to retake this bomb site. It's one of the most difficult to retake.
Yeah, a lot of this I feel comes down to Magisk Boy, if he can push his way through the tunnels and get some damage done, and well, there's the answer. He tried. He did tag 2 players pretty low. Now it's up to Cajun B, and very much a carbon copy of the previous round. Cajun B backs away with the AWP. This time it's Config. That's his wingman, who also has the AWP, so saving these 2 AWPs is pretty big, especially from map like Dust 2. And Penta will claim a second round. And that was really off the back of the first pick, that MSL effectively being on B on his own for a while, and Config not able to get close enough in time. Config misses his chance, he will be backing away to save the AWP.
Yes, they will be able to keep the double op in play going to the next round, so maybe you see them do something similar, or maybe they just split the ops to the 2 different bomb sites. The mid-aggression didn't quite work out for them in that round, as we are going to still see enough money for M4s to be purchased as well here on the Dignitas side of things. Penta have won the last couple in a row, though, so starting to get something going, but their money's actually still pretty tight. I mean, they've had to do a good bit of rebuy in these last couple of rounds. They only survived with maybe 2 members or so that has kind of eaten away at their economy a bit. So we are going to see a big long push by Penta this time. They're getting long control, and it seems like Cajun B is just forced to back off and give it to them, but not after receiving a lot of damage. So yeah, he will just backpedal with the op into the A site. Rubino will hold the back B platform, so just trying to hold into like a more passive pattern here on the Dignitas side, though we do see Config with that Mag 7 pushing up the catwalk. And now it looks like Magic's Boy will be joining him, so maybe we'll see a little bit of a skirmish here.
That's looking very likely. Cajun also has a smoke if they want to re-smoke it and play the close angle, as they're both doing right now. Cajun, of course, is renowned on his AWP play for being that car player. He's one of the first AWPers who really locked that position down. This time playing more of a passive role on the barrels as a result of the smokes that landed out along, and as he mentioned previously, he got forced out of long, couldn't afford to stay there. There's way too much heat for him to do so. And round somewhat grinded to a standstill with neither team, and this is fairly standard, honestly, on Dust 2, where it's a fairly passive-aggressive push-up mid from the terrorists, and they try and filter out through mid or catwalk. And this is why the positions were assumed from Dignitas, but they've both been banded by Tarsin, who gets a double frag for his troubles, and now Cajun B on the site is also going to fall down. MSL and Rubino with the horrendous task of trying to salvage these weapons, and that's really their own choice. Only choice, I should say. So Penta, solid take, all things considered, almost flawless.
Yeah, really well done. I mean, just, you know, really being able to get quick control of long A and just kind of keep a presence there while also being able to just win the cat battle. That was the really big exchange, right? When you see Config and Magic's Boy kind of stacking up on the catwalk and both of them go down without a single frag. So that's a big battle that Penta won, and they'll tie out the game off the back of that. It's going to be 3-all now. Dignitas trying to see if they can't save these guns. It looks like the op of Rubino is pretty safe. But MSL is going to have a tough time here, trying to hold on to his rifle. He will get flashed, and Tossin will clear him out. And now even this op becomes threatened. It's kind of getting pinched from both sides.
Flash could buy up Rubino enough time. Yes, just about survives. About to get peeked, would have likely died in that confrontation, but he will save the AWP, and that's the only gun that's likely to be seen in this round, other than a couple of upgraded sidearms. P250's the order of play. Rubino smoking his way across with the AWP, and he will be joined by MSL once again. Rubino gonna go aggressively. I really like that play. You have to try something out of the ordinary in these kind of rounds, and he's got the opening pick. And this does put a bit of pressure on, especially as MSL's now picked up that AK-47. Rubino's got a second frag, but I'm more curious as to what they can do on long, because there's a triple stack up here.
What?
Tarsin's gone down. How is this possible? that Penta have let this one slip so poorly. My guess has a Tech 9, but he's about to get flanked from the side. He's caught with his grenade out, gets picked off.
Unreal.
Dignitas with one weapon and no other Kevlar have picked the round up.
Cajun B wins the long battle with the USP. Gets 2 kills with the USP on the Edge's vote. That's incredible. I mean, it kind of makes sense that Rubino might be able to make something happen with the op, surely, but the fact that Cajun B put the USP to work like that was just marvelous. And it was even crazy to think that Rubino had the op over Cajun B, and it was just using at middle. He's not... I guess he kind of has become the secondary opper now on this team based on some of the roster shuffles we've seen. Though you will sometimes see config use it as well. But based on how they position themselves on CT side, it makes sense because Rubino's like the B anchor usually. So that's why he kind of takes it up. But they were able to pick up the fallen op there of Penta. Now they get the double op, set it back in play. Penta trying to see if they can expose this mid B right now. They will smoke Cajun B off from spotting the cross. So it's going to be all on MSL. And he gets cleared out really rapidly. So this is actually scary for Rubino now because now he has to worry about B Tunnel's presence and a mid push. And config is still not through yet, but he does get the pick on the crystal. He's buying some time.
Rubino's in form. It really is a thing of beauty. This guy is absolutely nuts. And now he has to fend off a charge. And of course, the curse of the commentator is real. He's not going to get any frags in that. But as you called before, Dust, it was such a bad position for him to be in. Not his own doing either. Purely off the basis that MSL got picked off from mid, and the CTs were isolated from him. It was really a case of heads you win, tails I lose. And now Cajun B once again feel like deja vu, going to be trying to save his AWP. I think this is the 4th time or so that he's done this now, and each of the rounds that Dignitas have lost.
This one's going to be a bit more difficult though. He's getting pushed from 2 different sides and he gets caught with his pants down by Stefan, so will not save the op this time, and it is a tie game, and Dignitas gets their money reset as well. They did have a good bit stored up though from when they had that 3-round winning streak from earlier, so they're still, you know, not going to be forced any type of double save. They'll just, you know, upgrade some pistols here and still be able to full buy next round. But yeah, I mean, mid to B is just so hard to defend, right? I mean, especially if your CT guy isn't able to get through the smoke and like actually set up a crossfire with MSL, so that's really kind of what, you know, kind of bit them in the end. It's still a pretty close half here, so I'm not really sure where this is headed, though Penta have themselves a chance to pull out back ahead.
Yeah, and I feel it's fairly indicative of Dust 2 as a whole. Like, it isn't super one-sided either way. Like, a solid T side can get a bunch of rounds, solid CT side can get a bunch of rounds. You can play aggressive on both sides.
It's one of those things where if you can get your opping going on CT side, you can have a really good CT side, but the fact that you can transition so quickly between catwalk attacks and mid-B splits makes CT rotation so difficult. And defending mid-B in general is just very hard. So that's why I kind of give it a little bit to Terrorist. But yeah, if you can get the ops going on CT side, you can have great things happen for you.
At this point, it's Penta in the driver's seat, at least for this round. But we have already seen that with well, honestly, with worse weapons than this, barring the AWP, Dignitas were able to clutch a round out previously, but it's gone wrong horribly awry in mid. Rubino is going to go some way to resurrect the chances, and he'll find himself domed courtesy of Crystal. He's looking for a second one up long. Going to use the smoke, better safe than sorry. And meanwhile, the Gist boy is coming around the back. Isn't going to get anything done for his labour. And Cajun B is getting spammed through the smoke. So that bomb's going to get planted on B. And now Cajun, Deagle in hands. Push through the smoke. Guess is wrong. It's a horrible place to be, honestly. Didn't expect to see much come out of that situation. And Penta will take the lead. Buy comes through for Dignitas. It's going to include at least one up. Rubino may think about getting a glass cannon up, such as Dust 2, and indeed he will. It's one of those maps where, honestly, two ops is very, very strong on the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the maps where double op on the CT side is at its peak of the effect it can have on the game. And so we'll definitely see if Cajun B and Rubino can put it to use, because they could definitely use some more CT rounds here soon, because they're starting to run dry on cash, and Penta are really starting to build up some momentum. I mean, they won 5 of the last 6 rounds, and they have a lead at this point, so definitely Dignitas off to a great start, but now it's kind of gotten shaky here for them in the middle of the half. So we'll see if they can recover, if Penta can kind of keep putting the hurt on, but Magic's boy, he's doing his best to try to stop that from happening, defending long A on the initial pick. Penta's still trying to spill out, however, but he's still holding his ground.
Good for 2 frags, which is pretty massive. It can alleviate some of the pressure with less grenades to be forthcoming into those 2 orbs. MSL battens down the hatch, and fends off B completely. So now the last two remaining aggressors will be coming up long. It's going to be Mike S who gets picked off. And Stefan. Line up for him. Can't quite transfer his spray. On point for Cajun B, and he is going to pay the ultimate price. Although it was asking a lot of him. 5-5. Dignitas keep both AWPs. Can drop across to the two players and replenish those weapons that were lost in round 10. But Penta will have a buy of their own. However, it may be without an AWP, so this could mean a fast plays on the horizon.
It's also without even a couple of rifles, right? You do have Tossin, who's just on the Deagle, and actually Lau was just dropped the Tech 9, so... And next round's going to probably be even worse, right? Like, they'll probably be on almost a full save next round. So this could be where Dignitas actually kind of takes control back on the half, right? They had early control. They kind of forfeited it when Penta went on a big streak. But now this is their chance to still make sure that they wind up with a pretty solid CT side. As that double op is still in effect here. Rubino patrolling middle with his op, going to catch Stefan, times that flashbang really well to get the shot right as it pops.
Yeah, big kill right off the bat for Dignitas. Stefan has been doing a pretty solid job. He's on 8 frags, so he's joint top with the rest of his team of Crystal and Tarsin. Mike S, who's an AWPer, by the way, only on 1 kill. And Dust 2 typically is an AWPer's paradise, so maybe a worrying trend for Penta that needs to change fairly sharpish. Magis Boy's going to hold the close angle. He's going to be good for 1 frag, and 2, and a 3rd as well. Beautiful play. I thought maybe he'd shown his hand a bit too early because that first player hadn't checked his left-hand side, but he still did a solid job. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think a single player for Dignitas died in that last round. No, they didn't, so that's great for their economy.
Yeah, definitely. Really clean stuff there from them. And again, Penta, we're talking about their money now. This round, they'll have even less to work with. We do see a couple of P250s being purchased here, a couple of smoke grenades as well, but certainly not going to have a whole lot to use in this round. And it looks like they're just piling up in the B tunnel, so we could just even see a quick B rush as soon as this incendiary dies down. Or maybe they just transition and run through middle, as you do see 3 of them now moving into lower. With Stefan covering from top cat, and this op could get swarmed. He needs to be careful.
Surprises me somewhat they didn't all charge him out as soon as they heard that first AWP shot, but both AWPs have got all the kills so far. Rubino is going to spoil the rhythm with the P250 frag, but honestly, Penta, they're effectively on Glocks, so I wasn't expecting too much, but it was a bloodbath in mid. They're going to have a buy. Again, though, it's going to be without an AWP. And so the woes continue. You know, I feel like an AWP, yes, on T side you can go for the set play and play super aggressive, but typically a lot of AWPers on Dust 2 want to take that for themselves, especially when you're against 2.
Right, as we do see flashes being lined up here out long. Dignitas wants to contest long A control. We did have Crystal slip out the blue bin, but there's no one else actually there. And he gets a 1-for-1 trade, so not too shabby, but Magic's Boy, he's been absolute monster on defending long lately. They had a big 3K spray down in the previous round. Can he get some here? No, not at all. He just got his head clean shaved off right there. So Penta have a 1-man advantage. They're starting to get control of Catwalk as well. So they're going to open themselves up for a lot of options to close this one. But MSL does have a nice flank.
Sees the head. I like that he didn't tap across there. It gives him the element of surprise still. And Penta likely won't know what's about to hit them. That being said, though, MSL, oh, that's a trade you simply got to win. You really got to win those. And in doing so, that puts on even more pressure for the 2 AWPers, Cajun B and Rubino. 4 players to fight. First kill goes the way of Cajun B. Nice reaction speed to put down Mike S. Rubino's going to pick up a frag on the other side of the map, and a second one.
This man a primary opper? Like, what is this? They were in a 2v4 situations with 2 ops. That's like a nightmare. And somehow Rubino, though, he was so fast to rotate, and he gets some sick shots at B, and Cajun B will find the other. And so it's a pair for both. That's incredible. Penta have got to be shaking their heads about that one, that they lost to 4-on-2.
Yeah, and it was curious as well, wasn't it? Because you had a player going up Catwalk on short who gets killed by Cajun B, and then the other 2 are pushing the B site, and the remaining terrorist was somewhere around mid. So they weren't really playing together, and it's not a case that they can be forgiven for thinking, oh, well, maybe there's not 2 AWPs against them. They know there is. And now MSL suggests, I'm tired of this, I want to push up mid, and in doing so he gives away a UMP, and more importantly, a life with grenades.
It was one of those things where I think Penta were pretty committed to an A split, and they had some people deep long, but then they got the pick on MSL flanking, so they think, oh, B's exposed, but it just didn't work out. Rubino was really quick to get back in place, and he hit some really sick flicks inside that B-bomb site. You got to give him props for that. And now Penta on just upgraded pistols. They do have a 5-on-4, but they still have a lot of firepower to fight against here on the side of Dignitas. As that op is still going to be in the hands of Cajun B at the A ramp, and they're looking to maybe cross catwalk. So it's going to come down to Cajun because his support is tucked in pretty deep in long A, so he's kind of on his own.
Gonna go for the run boost.
Double run boost. This is... Oh, it's just... Oh, I just won. He just doesn't worry about it. He just goes for the next guy.
I've got to say, I'll talk about this in a second, but it's 3-on-2. I don't want to talk over the action. 2-on-2 now. Magis Boy is going to get himself a kill. Crystal goes for the jumping shot. Not going to get it on the second time of asking. Will get it on the third. And now it's Orp plays Scout. Rubino's been on a tear the last few rounds. And of course he's not going to miss. He moves to 18-4. But I love that Cajun B had the clarity of mind, as you said at the time, just ignore the run boost, knowing that there would be other players coming in. You got the guaranteed kill as opposed to the crazy finesse flick shot. That's really smart. Calm under pressure.
Yeah, it's actually cool. Immortals does a double run boost off of Catwalk instead of just one, so it makes it even harder to do it to pick like Cajun B did. Penta only do one. And so, yeah, like just the patience of Cajun B to wait for the easier shot and ensure that he at least takes one down with him. I'm sure he was hoping to get at least a second before going down, but Magic's Boy did such a good job of kind of backpedaling through long and getting a couple of kills himself. That really was like the power combination to really bring around back where Penta actually had the advantage. I mean, yeah, they were lacking firepower, but they caught MSL really early. And so that was really giving them a big advantage, but it just didn't work out. And I think it's up 9-5. We do have a timeout here. I'm not sure if this is tactical or not. It seems kind of weird you'd use it so late in the first half on the last round.
My thoughts exactly, yeah.
Maybe, especially if things get troublesome in the second half at some point. You have a pretty close score here. We'll see. Seems like it was really fast, so I don't know. Maybe it was technical.
Yeah, I was thinking it would be technical. As you said, it's the last round of the half. You've got funds. Definitely want to save that for the second half, I would feel. Especially when you're at a deficit as well. Let's try and break the momentum. But who knows? For whatever reason, we are back live again now. And in the last round of the first half, Dignitas in position to potentially get double digits. Penta will have a few things to say about that. 6-9 honestly isn't a terrible deficit. We mentioned this before. It's not a super one-sided map either way, so there's still plenty of opportunities for Penta to bounce back into this one, especially if they get a second pistol. Heavy med presence at the moment for the Germans. Although my guess is Dutch, I believe. I could be off on that, but I feel like he's Dutch, maybe. Someone will correct me in chat, I'm sure. My guess.
I think it's he's in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
The German org, I suppose I should say. No early casualties, but some damage, some minor damage has been inflicted between the two teams. Rubino, alongside MSL, playing aggressively, but it's actually going to be Crystal who's laid in wait. But MSL's getting a lot of info, and if he gets around the back towards the T-spawn, that's where fireworks could start to happen, because there's still a couple players here. This could be the difference maker. Penta are shifting towards this catwalk play. But MSL, in this whole meanwhile, has been manoeuvring his way round the back of them. But I guess the point is here, Dust, if Config can't hold position with Cajun B, this flank has been absolutely for naught. If they take this site cleanly, it doesn't matter. And the flash alongside the molly could force him out on Juice, and it will. Config goes out, and he will meet his demise. Now, finally, MSL's rotation. His flank has paid out dividends. Beautiful play by Dignitas, and they will hit the double-digit mark. 10-5 at halftime.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, Dignitas get the 4-0 start, but then Penta go and they win 5 out of 6 rounds in the middle of the half. But then you have, Dignitas wins out the last 5 in a row, I think it was, to make it 10-5. So, pretty good half out of Dignitas. And, I mean, you got to put 10 rounds is more than enough on the CT side. I think that they are in pretty good position to shut this one out in a pretty one-sided fashion, but we'll have to see if Penta can maybe win pistol and cause a little bit of a ruckus, so to speak, in this map. But Dignitas really started well and finished well in that half, I guess you could say.
Yeah, strong finish is always super important. Going into that second half, We saw this happen in the first couple of maps as well, on Overpass, for example, where Fnatic finished strong, and you thought, okay, well, this gives them foundations now to build off. Unfortunately for them, it didn't quite pay off, but it goes to show that Dignitas have been on form tonight. And yeah, for those people that have just joined, this is Dignitas' third map of the night in the ESL Pro League, and so far they are unbeaten. They're 2-0. It's looking like we could be moving towards a 3-0. And this is going to do the world of good to their standings in the league, right? They'll be propelling themselves towards the top of it now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's kind of interesting to see how the EU side of things are going to pan out, because I know a lot of teams haven't played as many matches as maybe other teams have. Like, for example, I know FaZe has actually played quite a few matches in comparison to some of the rest of the teams. I think they played the most out of any team. I think, yeah, let's see, they're 11-7, right? So they've actually almost like getting towards the end of their season, so to speak. Whereas Mouse Sports, or excuse me, Mouse Sports, what am I saying? Dignitas hasn't played as many. They're 7-5 right now. And if they can win these 2 games, that'll put them at 9-5. So that would actually be pretty decent little place to sit.
Yeah, definitely. Especially as we said, there's approximately, what, 20 games, 22 games, somewhere around that mark. So there would already be a fair chunk through the season as far as they're concerned, and in a really solid position. By the way, for those of you asking why people are AFK, it's the warm-up. Don't worry. Yeah. Don't get too carried away, boys. We're waiting for the second pistol to start.
This is actually the next level of throwing, where you just sit and spawn.
They're like done. But strangely enough, the score at the top doesn't change. Mental, isn't it? All these rounds are still 10-5.
Indeed.
CSGO's broken, confirmed.
A lot of CSGO going on today, by the way.
Yeah, a bunch of matches.
Got
the
ESL
NA stuff, don't you?
Yeah, the NA stuff going on for E-League right now.
Obviously, two streams that you can catch. I think it's Envious versus, is it Astralis or Nip? I can't remember, but there is.
I know Nip was playing Astralis earlier. I think that match might already be over, but there's definitely another match going on in the main stream. I'm sure you're already well aware. I think they have like a good amount of people already over there watching.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's Envious versus somebody. So if you want to check that out, guys, it's on the main stream. We're just chilling out here on the B stream as these teams and these games are playing at the same time. So, okay, we've got a bit of downtime. We were going to talk about this before. Of course, I'm waiting for the curse to come in the second round.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Pistol to start right now. But, Swedish change. Fnatic and Godsend. What's your take on it, man? Because Fnatic have seen in all sorts of problems since the roster changed. You've got Olaf who's really performing well. Yeah, Godsend haven't been doing a great job either. So where do you stand on this? What's your take on it?
It's actually crazy to think that after the Swedish shuffle, both teams have actually taken a step back from where they were. Like, Fnatic was still a pretty top team. Now they haven't looked as sharp. Granted, they haven't even played an offline event yet. So I think it's still way too early to kind of call what they're going to be. Whereas you look at Godsend, they were actually like having some decent results here and there. A couple like top 4 finishes or close to top 4 finishes. Some other players like Schneider and Twist and company, Lekro was like really building up some good games over there. And it looked like they were like slowly progressing. And then they make a roster change that brings in more familiar faces, and now they're struggling a lot actually. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see the future of those two teams, as we did see Fnatic earlier today get beat by the Signitas team, who are now on the verge of taking out Penta. That segue too smooth, as we are live with this round the second half.
Again, hashtag Dust for Major, just throwing it out there. Headshot from Stefan though to Rubino. It'll actually repel this big charge. You can see all 5 players from Dignitas were really hot for the idea of charging through and now splitting up instead. But this could work into the hands of Mike S. He's aggressively gone through long. He does have a lot of info for his team. So right now, Dignitas, I feel, especially just with the smoke in their hands, are going to have to come out with some serious Glock headshots. Otherwise, this should be going the way of Penta. That smoke could be used in mids on the CT side, so they can try and force their way up B. And it looks like from MSL's position, that's exactly what's about to happen. So, can they land the frags? Lol has a flashbang. It's going to land in the eyes of the terrorist assailants as they push up through the window side. Lowell finally gets his man, but a laboured attempt, I think it's safe to say. Lands the second headshot and drops the bomb. And Mike S now snaking his way round the back. I don't think Cajun B and Config have any idea what's about to hit them. Cajun B now in a 1-on-3. He has the bomb. He has a bit of time to play with, but it's a 1
Yeah,
on
spin
X
all
position
around
and-
there. I mean, there
yeah,
was not much he could do. As I mean, it's always difficult to press B like that when you just have a USP sitting at the back of platform, and you know they have the range advantage on you, just better accuracy in general. So yeah, Dignitas just get kind of caught up there, and so Penta they won pistol, and so this is kind of their avenue back into this game, right? I mean, if they could make sure they hold the 3-0 pattern and get themselves back in striking distance of the map, that'll definitely serve them well. So we do have a pause coming in here in the second round. Definitely has to be technical, I would imagine.
I'd be mind blown if this is tactical.
Yeah, this is Dignitas. Like, all right, let's let on the minimum, boys. They want around.
Let's use it now. Nah, I'm pretty sure this is technical, which would also explain the previous pause as well. You know, we thought that would be technical. Definitely suggests that now with 2 pauses back to back. But yeah, for those of you asking, Dignitas did beat Fnatic. I think it was 16-11 on Overpass and 16-9 on Cobblestone at the end.
That's pretty accurate.
So fairly one-sided. I mean, it's not a complete blowout, but that is comfortable in terms of victories.
Sure.
And now through into Dust 2 against Penta, currently 10-6, we just mentioned. Second pistol goes a long way to bridge the gap for Penta, but of course they have to capitalise on this step up. And still, I'm looking at Mike S. As an AWP main, 3-1-11 simply isn't good enough. That has to change. And I'd expect it to change on CT side, especially when he gets the AWPs in his hands.
He was actually so good for them yesterday, too, in that Heroic series, particularly on that nuke map. He was playing out of his mind, it seemed like. He won a lot of rounds by himself, big, like, multi-frag rounds, so... Yeah, him definitely struggling. Also, Lyle has also been, like, a big character for him. He's been awfully quiet in this map, 6-14. So... Definitely need to see a little bit more production out of their team. Meanwhile, I look over at the other side. Rubino's having himself a game, particularly with that op on the CT side. He was just all over the place. And KGB also, so that double op setup, you can just see by the numbers, was really effective, especially in those last 5 rounds of the first half. That's where you see where they kind of racked up most of their kills. Magic's Boy also playing really well defending long A. So definitely, you know, some of the heavy hitters from Dignitas looking pretty good.
And as you highlighted, you can see the importance of AWPs, right? Because that's 34 frags between the 2 AWPers, which is more kills, or close to more kills than the whole of Penta have combined, which is a fairly sad statistic when 2 people are nearly out fragging 5. But again, it just goes to show the potency of the AWP and why I'm so surprised that Mike S, after a really strong performance, I mean, on Nuke, he was landing crazy flick shots point blank range to medium range on the T side as they're aggressing into sites. Like, This isn't the sort of stuff that you're expecting to see too often, and yet he was firing all cylinders. This game has been eerily quiet, and as we're speaking, you can see that Penta are making decisions as to what they're going to buy. M4 for Mike S, UMP for Stefan, and surprised me again, maybe this shows a lack of confidence that Mike S isn't going for a scout, because a lot of AWPers will drop down to the scout, and it looks like it's going to be Crystal that picks it up for himself instead.
Indeed, it does seem to be the case. Some players do like just pick up the scout even though they're not a primary sniper. You know, I think Crystal used to do a fair amount of opping in the past.
Yeah, he did. He used to be the main AWP, I think, before I guess joined.
But you, like, again, you kind of see this, like, I think like a Liege on Liquid actually scouts a ton. So that's kind of like just another example sometimes when like the non-primary operator will still pick up the scout over someone else and around like this. So we'll see if they can put it to use right now. Dignitas just upgraded pistols. Rubino trying to force the issue at middle, gets caught empty-handed. Did I just merge like 2 expressions into one? I think I did. Get caught red-handed and empty-handed. I'm done.
Looks like Dignitas may also be done into this round as they just drop down to 2. This boy is config, naked just config, deagle, and jump shot. So the scout good for 2 kills. Penta, that's just what the doctor ordered. Not only did they get the round, they keep all their weapons alive. And now it should be a farming frenzy with the 2 UMPs. Dignitas thought maybe, just maybe, the pistol would be solid, but not the case. Not a single kill.
And nothing to be had there for Dignitas, as they weren't even really able to get past the middle for the most part. And this round should be more of the same, right? I mean, only the P250 on KGB, everyone else is full Glocks in hand. And nade damage already ringing in, and Lyle pushing lower B tunnels, so yeah, this should be over pretty quick.
Sure be surprised if Dignitas get much else out of this round. They have taken 2 players down for Penta, and that's going to sting a little bit in terms of economy. But of course those SMGs can be dropped And the other weapons picked up. I think they lost a scout, which isn't really the end of the world. Just $1,700 or thereabouts that has been expended. M4 picked up. Bomb under control. Round under control. And so far Penta will continue their flawless CT side, albeit not that many tests. Soon we'll have a rifle round coming up. In actual fact, now we'll have a rifle round coming up. For Mass taken. And AWP in play. No huge surprises. Going to be taken by Cajun B. Mike S does take the AWP. I was curious to see if maybe Crystal would pick it up instead, but it is going to be Mike S. So, let's see if he can start to pad the stats a little more with this gun. It is very important that he starts to show up today.
Indeed it is. We do see the Dignitas actually going for a pretty quick out long A here. Thompson trying to challenge. He's going to get taken down by Config. Config surviving with 1 HP. Rubino down to 36. So you can see that Penta will have an easier time trying to clean some of this up. Mike S does grab one, but Dignitas out trade here, and they now get a 3-on-2 and they get control of long A.
Yeah, they do get the better of the trade, but when you consider that 2 of them are extremely low and they still have to cross onto the site, Rubino just about survives. MSL's down to 11, Rubino 36, Magisboy's on full. And he's a player in Catwalk, and they line up for him. Couldn't have hoped for an easier double kill. And Dignitas have broken the CT run.
Just one of those instances where both teams have a good spawn for long A, so you just see a big clash take place, which, you know, like, that's kind of one of the things that can happen on Dust 2 sometimes, and Dignitas just a little bit more efficient with their trade, so they're going to take it. They go up 11-8 now. Penta's still able to buy back into this round, but if they lose this one, they will be on a save. That's where Dignitas can start building up their lead again. So this is a very important round for Penta. They want to kind of keep the comeback dream in an easier position. They need to follow up with this round now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that if they lose this round, the game's over, but it will definitely heavily shift towards that fate. You would have to think, because then you'd be looking at 12-8, the next round will be an eco, 13-8, and then everything's on that next rifle round, honestly,
yep.
at a big deficit. So I completely agree. This round is potentially the fulcrum point for Penta if they want to get back into this map. And Dignitas, so far, haven't really given anything away in terms of their strats. They are going to be stacking up mid. And we'll see Crystal, who's actually on, not the close left box, but the right one instead. So, playing the off angle. MSL gets picked off, which is very surprising. I thought they'd have instantly spammed up through and tried to pick off Crystal. Meanwhile, though, the Frank does go into Tarsin, so a 1-for-1 trade, although Magisboy is 33 health. Crystal close angle, sees the hand of Config peering around the corner. Nice headshot. Converts the frag, but again, the trade's back and forth. This time it's the nade, and Rubino now decides to explode. He was an absolute monster on cobblestone, and the double AK frags will secure a bomb plant. Lowell in a 1-on-3.
Bomb has been planted.
There's really not much he's going to be able to do here, saving the M4, and also he has head armor and a kit, so that's a lot of equipment value to put into place. What, $5,700? Thank you, Graph up top, actually being useful. So, yeah, we'll definitely see him just try his best to carry it over. It seems like Dignitas isn't going to give much chase either. They don't want to have to do a lot of rebuying. Their money's a little bit low as well, so they will just kind of sit tight here, and they will go up 12-8. And Penta, short of this M4, really won't have much to work with. I mean, the most money they're going to have is going to be like $2,900 on Stefan, so this definitely should be a save coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be very surprised if they dipped it and got any buys, because, again, like we mentioned before, it's now going to be around 14-8. If you assume that Dignitas do take down this round, and potentially the next one. Around 13-8, 14-8 when we'll see the next buy up. So, Penta, I'd be surprised if they do buy here. Probably get a couple of pistols dropped by Stefan, try and equalise the economy, and then see what they can get done in this round. Not much to play with, though, as you did mention just a few moments prior. And a tag through the doors, just to add insult to injury. Lowell's already down to 51. And a very aggressive play from Dignitas on to B. This is actually very ballsy. They may have actually assumed that it would be pistols, and if they went into a B stack, that could have been curtains for Dignitas. But instead, they're going to get everything go their way. Bomb's going to get planted. Mike S does pick up a frag. There's the spray down. And Stefan will fall to the hands of Magisboy. And a 4-on-3 retake with UMP and M4. Crystal could very well get picked off while he pushes through the smoke. Indeed he will. And now the UMP is all that remains for the CTs. Yeah, just could pick up the assault rifle here, Dust, but yeah, this is done surely.
Oh yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a kit. There's really nothing you can even hope for here. He does pick up the AK-47. He'll go ahead and back away with that. I think that's just the logic of Dignitas thinking, okay, they're low on money. They probably can't incendiary beat tunnels, so let's just flood it and just trade frag our way in. And luckily for them, there wasn't a huge stack there, and they were able to trade pretty easily. So it's going to be 13-8. Mike S does hold on to an AK, so that makes things a little bit easier on them in this next round, as money's still pretty low, in fact. Yes, they could force up something here, but I mean, if you get an M4 on some of these guys, they're not going to be able to have armor. So you're thinking like FAMAS armor at that point, and then you're going to be limited on utility. So it's actually kind of one of those things where you have to really think about it. Because you definitely want to contest Dignitas from that point as well as you can. So we'll have to see. I think now the mystery of what's been going on seems to have finally shown itself. Apparently Lau is having some issues.
Has been unveiled, yeah, as he disconnects. This is also not a terrible time for Penta to have a pause anyway, so they can wrap their heads around this next potential buy. This is why I was caught in two minds whether the next round would be 14-8 or 13-8, because their economy was in the balance. Like if they potentially save a couple weapons in that round, I think we would see a buy now. But just saving the one weapon doesn't really afford them many opportunities. And I feel forcing up now, if you lose, you effectively throw the game. So 14-8, maybe buy, get a AWP or 2 in play, get a really solid buy behind you, and then try and work your way back piece by piece. I feel like that's a smart play, at least, Dust. But we'll have to see. Maybe Penta feel pressured to try and, catch Dignitas off guard right now.
Yeah, again, I mean, there's definitely an option here to have some type of FAMAS armor situation. But again, M4 armor is not really on the table unless Mike S buys armor, drops an M4 for someone who can buy armor and utility. So I don't know, we'll see if they can work something, or if you want to get an op in play that can be dropped, but then Mike S is your primary op, and then he wouldn't be able to get armor. So yeah, it's definitely kind of tricky.
I feel like if this is a map like maybe Mirage or Overpass, they could try and go for an opportunistic buy, but on Dusty you have to have an AWP. Like, that pretty much isn't a meta, and for good reason. It's an open map, a lot of mid to long range confrontations that the AWP really does come into its own. The only other thing is maybe get a scout, and Crystal uses the scout and they go that way. But again, I just feel like the 14-8 buy with an AWP just makes a lot more sense. That's if Low ever gets back, of course.
And that's just if Mike S, unless he wants to just like glass cannon and drop an AK to someone. Just to be able to buy up in this round. I think at Penta, it's just all about your mental fortitude at this point. Like, do you feel that you can take another save and just like really make sure you challenge the toss from that point and just go for broke there? That's probably going to be your last buy. Or do you do some type of buy here, and then if you lose, you'll be on a 4-round loss bonus, and you'll still be able to buy like on Dignitas's map point. Then you're playing for overtime at that point, right?
Yeah. I think it really just does come down, because we're in that position now where I feel either decision is potentially viable. It just comes down to what Penta are feeling. Me personally, I would save this round. I'd go for 14-8, then get double ups and try and play it that way.
I think that's how I would do it as well.
Yeah, I think that's more of the percentage play, But if you're of a mindset of maybe a lack of confidence or second guessing yourself, maybe the force comes in now and they just try and take this map back as soon as possible. But the way that Dignitas have been playing, and I'm really enjoying their hyper aggressive plays. I thought maybe it was a one-off and overpass, but we saw them do it on Cobblestone and now Dust too. We've seen them rush B a couple of times.
Yeah.
So that's always going to be in the back of your mind. If we go for double ops, is there a chance Dignitas just go super aggressive, and that's where the double ops will suffer? When they're up in your face with flashes and smokes, the AWPs do struggle a little bit unless you pull off some crazy, smoke shots.
I have no idea. I feel like you're like so many moves ahead, like we're playing chess or something right now, and you're Bobby Fischer, and I'm just like some dude at the park that has no idea what's going on. So.
I guess that's what happens when you have to fill in crazy amounts of dead
you're just
time.
like, all right, I have to fill for I don't know how long. Let's speculate this whole entire game until its conclusion. For all we know, Lyle never comes back. Penta plays 4-on-5 and Dignitas toss 16-8 to the game. Like, there's actually no telling.
Honestly, even with Lowell here, it's very possible we get 16-8 because you're getting one, potentially two rifle rounds. Yeah, It's not really filling me with confidence, this CT side, honestly. The 3 rounds they won are off the back of winning the pistol. So the first real test they had, they failed in that way. First rifle round, I should say, from Dignitas. What do you guys in chat reckon?
I don't know, Menace. I think you DDoS Law so you could talk more.
That's
what
it.
I think happened.
That's it, man. Just press
That's
the
my
start button, Metis.
Let the pressure off Law's internet, man. Let him come back and play this game.
Okay, sorry. I'll stop the attacks. Alright, so he should be rejoining soon. If he now rejoins, it looks really shady. But what do you guys in chat reckon? Like, are we going to see a comeback from Penta, or is this pretty much all Ogre?
So what's the rest of your day looking like, Metis?
Cast,
I guess it's nighttime for you. I'm actually done.
Yeah.
You're good. You're
It's
6 hours ahead of me, I
9:30.
think.
9:30 here.
Yeah.
I'm flying. I have to be up at like 6 in the morning tomorrow to fly to Bucharest. So my day is pretty
Brilliant.
much cast and then go sleep, and then
There you
wake
go.
up and fly. GG.
Mm-hmm.
How about you?
Gotta go get some stuff dry cleaned today.
Sounds exciting.
Yeah, it's definitely great. Probably hit up the gym.
I should
That's
start
basically
doing
my
that.
day. Maybe you should. I don't know. I enjoy it. It's kind of like therapeutic now. It's always rough, like to get started. Like the first couple of weeks for me were hell. Just like going from basically doing nothing, like eating like shit and acting like shit, and then going into like eating healthy, cold turkey, basically just like cutting everything unhealthy out of my life, and like and then going to the gym like 4 days a week or 5 days a week. So yeah, the first week or two, it sucks. But once you get into that routine and you get past that hump, like it's just kind of easy at that point. So that's kind of how I feel about it.
No, I think that's definitely true. You know, the first couple of weeks are a nightmare. If you're wondering why we're just waffling on about random stuff, guys, as you can see, we only have 9 players on. Lowell DC'd feels like a while ago at this point. And we're just trying to fill in a bit of time until he gets back. No idea on how long that's going to be. This is the first map. I saw some people asking earlier whether this is the first or second. This is the first one. I'm not entirely sure what the second map is, Dusty. Are you knowledgeable about that?
I think it's Overpass again.
Overpass. Right, okay.
I think so. I think that's what I was looking at. As we do have Mouse Sports taking on Envious over on the stream. Apparently, Mouse Sports just won 16-9 on Dust 2 over Envy.
Damn, okay.
So, there you have it.
I mean, it's Mouse Sports and Dust 2, though. You never know which side of them is going to show up. Now they've got Oscar and Nico on Dust 2. I mean, that's
Envy
formidable.
wasn't playing with their full 5, I don't think, though.
Ah,
They were
really?
using NKJ instead of Devil or something like that. Unless Devil was playing on NJK's account like he did one other time.
Oh, right. Got you. Well, I mean, there's no way of us knowing that 100%. If someone in the chat could let us know, then that would be
Oh,
sweet.
MBK just said they're using a stand-in on Twitter, so there you
Right.
go.
Okay. Well, you can't really take too much out of that then. Online and the
Well-
stand-in.
Yeah.
What do you think about Envious right now? Like, currently, do you have any kind of belief in
No.
them to take down tournaments? Or
Definitely not to win tournaments. I think there's still a chance for them to be, like, a top 10 team in the world, but... I mean, right now you got G2, like, really looking strong, and so it's one of those instances where the French shuffle is even hard for Envious to happen, which is what I think they want, but how do you do that when contracts are in place and G2 are probably just fine the way they are? I mean, there's always the dream that Kenny S goes to G2 for Smiths and you just have, like, the god-tier team, because you improve, like, maybe one of the departments to your weekend and keep the strengths you have going for you right now. It's Screaming Shocks, particularly Shocks looking so brilliant right now. But for Envious, it's I don't know what you do. They have tried switching roles within the team several times, and it feels like they're back to classic Envious with like Happy Calling and Lurking and Apex, you know, entry fragging, Kenny S opping, and BK kind of being like an in-between like utility player. But yeah, I don't know. The results haven't quite been there, have they?
no,
And of course, the last offline event they played, they had to use a stand-in for MBK. Sixer was playing with them at that event. So, like, the last offline event they played as a 5 was Cologne, where they went out in groups. And then E-League, where they fell pretty early in the playoffs there as well. Lost to Fnatic in the opening quarterfinals match.
Whoa. I guess Penta are having a sub. I see Kakafu. That's one hell of a name. It's connected, and they've resumed
That's
the
their
game.
coach, I think.
So yeah, it looks like the coach
Playing
is
with the
playing.
coach.
That's,
I think so, because I'm pretty sure I saw Kakafu connected yesterday as their coach.
Yeah.
Could be wrong, though. I actually don't know too much about Penn
I'll
Esports.
double check that in a second.
Really just talking out my ass at this point, but...
I mean, to be honest, there's not much way of us knowing exactly what's happening right now. I mean, it's resumed. They're playing as if they're actually live, so I guess we just run with this. Maybe Lowell had some issues with his account and went onto Kakafu's account. I have absolutely no idea, but what we do know is that Tarsin is the first player to fall, and Dignitas looking to resume their dominance here on Dust 2. Rubino sprays down Kakafu, and Stefan's right back for the frag. Cajun B lands the first shot and the second. Pretty straightforward plays, and now Stefan's going to try and save this. So I'm going to go on some detective duties. One sec.
Alright, yeah, you get in there.
Go for the Steam profile, see what other names he's been known as. Yeah, it looks like it is just Kakafu. Like the
There you
coach. Team coach of Penta Sports, team captain of Team Austria. So there you go.
There you go. As it looked like Penta did go for the purchase in that round. I know how we were speculating to the nth degree about what they would do in this round, and they did buy what they could, and it did not pan out. And so now they pretty much have to save and conceding a toss map point and play for OT. Stefan looks like he might say this AK, kind of let a guy sneak by him, so he's playing real sneaky on match before doubles back. He's like, alright, man, we've checked everything else.
Alright, doing a solid job. Okay, then.
Okay, Stefan. Alright. I see you. Not impact frags, of course, but he stays an AK. That helps out.
I was about to say, I don't want to be that guy. It's like, fair
Okay,
enough.
just force up again. I
picked
guess
up
they're just
3
going
nice
to force into oblivion now at this point. Just keep forcing as much as they can.
Yeah.
They're on that path.
I suppose saving the AK definitely affords them this. They lose the AK, I don't know if this would still be the same decision, but it's not a great buy. Maybe feeling a little bit hard done by the fact they're playing with a coach now, but Mike S, better late than never, I suppose, to start getting some frags. He's going to get 2. Mike S down to below 50% of his health. And Cajun B and MSL are still alive. Cajun B spots Mike S and his shoulder and will convert that into the frag. Kakafu now long range with the MP9 actually gets the better of MSL. So now that leaves Cajun B. He has a lot of time to burn. He has utility and an AWP, so when it comes to 2v1s, this isn't a terrible situation to be in. But he doesn't know exactly where the second player is. Kakafu's still on short where he picked up MSL earlier, but it's that second player that he's not sure on. It's going to be Tarsin, who just converted a scout across to an AK-47. HE connects on Cajun B. Oh, he scopes out just at the worst possible second, but lands the frag. Tech 9 in Kakafu. The coach extraordinaire comes in and gets a clutch.
He's a manager. Memes.
Oh, man. Days wouldn't be happy, I suppose.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
I mean, I'm assuming that's the meme that you're talking about.
Yeah.
There you go. Reference game on point.
I think it's just me pandering, like, big time. The chat meme wave that may roll in. I don't know, it's pretty quiet in there, actually, so...
We're getting it now. A manager!
Oh, okay. It's coming in now. There you go.
And Kakafu's like, sup bro, so I'm just gonna keep the MP9.
You know what would suck right now, though? If Penta had their money reset.
Yeah.
That would just be... just wipe the whole board.
Dust, the pessimist, of course. He's like, nice clutch. Well, you know what would suck? If Penta just got railed. Brilliant.
Oh, man.
Let's give him a chance, though, right? It's looking a bit better than when we had that long pause. So maybe Lowell was the problem. They need big Kakafu to step up. I say that and it gets picked off with me just randomly peeking with an MP9, so maybe not. Maybe I'll retract that statement.
You're just the worst, man. You're DDoSing Lyle out of the server. Now you're getting Kakafu killed with your Jedi, or no, Sith mind tricks.
Here's config through catwalk, through the smoke. Crystal from behind is going to get both frags, so a nice chain of events as far as the CTs are concerned, and somewhat salvaging this sketchy round. Cajun B, though, once again gets a second frag.
Yeah, he just lays the hammer down.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Hey,
Just when you
Crystal,
think,
I see your 2K that brought your team back in the round. I'm going to raise you to my hat trick.
yeah, could be a quad as well, honestly, because Cage
Yep.
is playing the more aggressive of the two terrorists. So Fan does have an incendiary though, so if he tosses that up onto the site, things could get quite interesting. But they're going to double peek, and this is really intelligent. Yeah, there you go. Didn't even need it. Cajun B does get his quad in the round, and, well, you called it. Wouldn't it suck if they had their economy reset? That's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, I played the long con. You were just doing the short game against Kakafu, but I was thinking a couple of steps ahead.
The big picture. You had it.
Indeed. It's actually cool to see some of these players in like good form online, at least, because I feel like Dignitas has the tactics and they have the talent to be a really good team in the international scene, and they proved that earlier this year with a slightly different lineup. And I feel like they've kind of finally started to get enough firepower to kind of replace like the void that KRB left behind. Because the pick's still there, and now you have Magic Spoil, you have Cajun B, so see what they can do in the future. But let's get back into this round, of course, as Penta actually have a 4-on-3. Of course, as I say that, Cajun B looking to close this thing out. He's done playing this map.
You cursing the big Kakafu. And this is where the lack of weaponry is really going to stink for Penta on this retake. No grenades to use, a couple of 5-7s, of course, to say that, and then jumping shots happen. Cajun B onto the site. AK picked up from Mike S, and it's looking like a 1 versus 1, and it's going to be Mike S that actually clutches it. He has enough time to get the defuse. And Mike S got a very poor first half. I think he may have finished on 3 frags, now has 12, so fair play, stepping things up.
Bomb has been defused.
I feel like it's just avoiding the inevitable at this point, though.
True.
As money's still really low on the CP side, they have to rebuy 4 players. Meanwhile, Dignitas with the bomb plant could still force something out in this round. 3 AKs will even be able to come out. Still pretty decent utility as well. And Cajun B has been on a tear this game. He's at 31 kills. Rubino at 24, so kind of the 2 big standouts in the first half with the double op players still playing well, even on the T side.
Dignitas, though, is still definitely a threat, even with 2 pistols. So I can't rule them out just yet. Mid control, as ever, assumed by the terrorists. Standard play so far from both teams, honestly. Nothing too out of the ordinary about Penta's formation. 2-1-2. So be Crystal again, I believe, is on the the right-hand side box. Not going for any of those shenanigans on the left-hand side. Just feeling out, see if they can get a pick. It's one of the reasons why I feel Dust 2 is not the most exciting map to cast, because it does feel like the first 45 to 50 seconds are always going to be the same, but Rubino decides, okay, I want to mix this up a little bit. Kakafu gets 1 frag, but the trade-out is real. And now Crystal, Mike S and Tarsin have to try and save this round, otherwise Dignitas will take their 3rd consecutive map.
Yeah, it seems pretty likely at this point. Again, retaking be very difficult, especially when you're a man down and you have only 2 flashes to work with, and those 2 flashes are pretty far away. Mike S is still trying to work off Catwalk. He's got the only kit as well, so pressure is on. Crystal is going to use that flash to run in, but it doesn't really affect anyone. Cajun B and MSL mopping things up now, and MSL will finish the job. So it's going to be 16 to 11, was that? Or was it 10? Not really sure. Either way, pretty solid win for Dignitas.
Yeah, solid win. Their 3rd, not just their 3rd map, but the 3rd map that's gone fairly convincingly in their favour. So they are now sitting pretty and looking to have a flawless night in the ESL Pro League. Again, I believe the 4th map is going to be Overpass, as you said before. So I'll be curious to see how these 2 teams actually come at one another on Overpass. Because Penta won that yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, against Heroic, like 1916. So they have a victory against Heroic, who are no scrubs on Overpass. That could be a really close matchup, actually.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see how that thing plays out. As we only have 1 more map left today, and it's the 2nd map here that we're going to see in just a moment. The Overpass game between Mouse Sports and Penta. As we already had, you know, kind of a pretty cool game to watch between Dignitas and Fnatic earlier today. It seemed like we had a pretty good crowd for that. It was pretty fun to watch. And, yeah, so I guess we'll be back at the 2nd map soon.
Yep, stay tuned, guys. Have the IP already for the next map, so hopefully we'll be jumping into that shortly. Going to cut back to music. When we join us, we'll be live for the final map of tonight. Be right back. For the final time this evening, we are going to be jumping into the first pistol rounds. We haven't quite started just yet, but I thought we'd just get a bit of chatting underway, maybe a bit of a pre-game.
I'm in forever,
updust.
Metis. You never know. Could be it. This could be the one.
This could be the one that goes into like 100 overtimes.
This will be the last of our run together, I guess, for now.
Yes. Well, yeah. I'm just going to say yes, even though I know it might not technically be true.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know when we'll cast together again, Metis. I mean, we had this little online run this week, but obviously you'll be traveling to Bucharest, and so we won't really hear from you until you're at an offline event, which will be great this weekend. A lot of great teams going to be there.
Yeah,
we'll have some fun working with some really talented people. I think you'll be casting a lot with Anders, I presume. Seems to be the way it's going to shape up based on the other people that are there, so that'll be really neat to see you two side by side. Have you ever cast together an offline event?
Yeah,
maybe once.
We casted last year for the Cluj Poker qualifiers in DreamHack Stockholm, like twice, I think. But it's been a long time, yeah. I don't know how it's going to work. I assume it's going to be because Henry and Sadakist are there, which obviously are a grounded, set-in-place duo. So who knows? Maybe Sponge will do some casting. I have absolutely no idea how it's going to work out. But
that'll be cool.
I was going to ask you before, obviously.
Sure.
I'm guessing that you know which teams are taking part, and I kind of touched on this earlier on. Before the teams got live. So, in terms of predictions, I'm not going to ask you to predict who's going to come top or anything, of course.
Sure, I could do that.
Who do you think's got it in the bag?
I think out of groups, looking at the groups here actually just a second ago, I think you'll see in Group A, I think Virtus Pro and Heroic should probably come out of that. Though we'll see if Envious can be an upset potential. And then I think out of Group B, I'm feeling Cloud9 and Dignitas actually. But there is certainly the chance that FaZe would come through, because there's a lot of talent on that team if they can get it working right.
Oh yeah, just
that's kind of how I'm looking at it.
Really, same feeling with VP, but we actually have started the second map. Yeah, his standard.
Can you pause it? Can you hit the pause button really quick? Get this back to us. Just listen to the voices.
I mean, Lowell's back in, so I could always reckon again.
That could definitely be a factor. Meanwhile, Penta has just absolutely wrecked Dignitas in this round.
Yep.
Brilliant. Was it another heavy B from Dignitas? I didn't catch it. It seems like it does. I see a lot of dead bodies out there.
They pushed Monster and got completely obliterated. Config, last player, over
triple corpses. From Penta. You're definitely not getting past that. And so, that's a dominant round from Penta.
But yeah, I actually feel like Cloud9 could go the distance. I can see them getting to the finals if, Shui and Automatic are both there to step up to the plate, as they have been recently online a lot.
Till they've met Nip at Star Ladder, then it was a little bit of a different story for them, unfortunately. So yeah, we'll definitely see, because that's the big thing for them, is getting tested by European competition now, which so far they've had kind of mixed results against. But second round of this game in play now. Dignitas, Tech9, Armor up, just storming Connector and up mid, not wasting any time. Just trying to see if they can overwhelm Penta here, but Micas delivers a kill. Crystal, though, gets caught falling back.
Yeah, they do get Crystal, but it looks like that could be all they yield out of this round. Lowell is playing a very dangerous game of cat and mouse, and he actually gets his head taken off as a result. Stefan will get one kill, but he's been dropped to 28. Ooh. And MSL's on the lurk. Cue the Jaws music. This is probably all over.
He's the snake in the grass, bro.
Stefan actually survives a little longer than I expected. But in amongst all the action and chaos, Tarsin has got himself through Connector. But what a call from Dignitas.
Oh, yeah, Tarsin's just like, shit. He's going to be able to double back the stairs up. He actually reads it pretty well. And the bomb will be planted opening up, but they hear the door open. Yeah, this is done.
And he doesn't do that much damage to... Magic Explode's already very low, but does get picked off from the back. A bit surprising that they'd be so split up and not covering each other's back. MSL, though, is starting to come on through. There's no kit for Tarsin, so he should be a dead man. And indeed, he will be. MSL gets the better of him.
Did they not hear the door open?
I assume not.
I'm surprised Magic Exploit didn't kind of react to that. He was still, just had his back turned to short and just moving into CT spawn. So, yeah, that didn't matter, though. MSL able to be really sneaky throughout that entire round and gets a big kill. So that's 1-1. Economy reset for Penta. Usually that means you're in double save territory, but they're going to force up because they want to see if they can't force reset right back. So, again, one of those kind of scrappy beginnings you can see sometimes as teams are fighting for control of the half, money-wise.
Yeah, refusing to tap out of this economic game just yet. And it's not as if there's a huge, vast amount of firepower on the side of Dignitas. I mean, they have plenty of firepower, of course, but they don't have full assault rifles, for example. You've got a MAC-10 and a UMP, so these pistols at close range could do some serious damage, especially considering that Crystal has the CZ. He's going to peek around the corner, but look at Config's reaction speed, actually darting to his right-hand side to make sure the flashbang doesn't hit him. That keeps him alive and kicking for now. And Penta on their force are in a very real danger of conceding multiple rounds off the back of this. It's just got a whole lot worse. Config is going to be moving his way in. Stefan is under heavy duress and finally put out of his misery. 2 players are low. The CZ from IKS that hasn't shot a single bullet in this round could prove to be the determining factor, but the bomb's been planted 3 separate locations, one of which is going to be Rubino, who's actually coming round the back, and I think Mike S may have actually heard something. He's going to be moving round. He seems to know that Rubino's likely going to be around this corner, but Config has Rubino's back, and Dignitas have broken the economy of Penta.
So Dignitas seems like they finally got in control. I mean, Penta would really be hard-pressed to force up again and keep fighting for this. So I think that now they'll finally have to just kind of concede. Maybe you see a couple of upgraded pistols here and there, but nothing like what you saw last round where armor was involved and all of that sort. So Dignitas have gotten control, and now they'll be able to put these MAC-10s to use on KGB and MSL, and also the on Magic Exploit perhaps to see if they can't build up a little bit of extra money, as we are going to see a big stack in the pool area here over towards the B-bomb site. But it is cleared out for the most part here by Config and MSL. And so this round's pretty much in the books.
Yeah, just the USP that remains. Crystal has got a double dink. So Rubino finishes him off with a body shot, but it's just going to be the 2 kills in the round. So Penta will have a buy. It's not going to include an AWP. He could have gone for a glass and an AWP in a hazard toss in, but he decided against it. But they do have a fair amount of firepower. No kits though. Once again, and KGB does have himself an AWP, so Penta, yes, they have a buy, but I'm still a little bit worried for their CT side.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be in an uphill climb now because of the way the money's sorted out in the beginning of the half. And until they take some big saves, it's going to be rough for them to be able to get out ops. So that's always going to be kind of the thorn on their side throughout this half, as we are going to see Dignitas open up pretty much as default as it gets. The Rubino B, Magic Exploit Stairs, everyone else working A side. This is like their favorite thing to do, basically. Though we did see a fair amount of just heavy B rushes against Fnatic, which is, again, a little bit out of character for them. I mean, again, trying to diversify themselves a bit, I think. But this one will be kind of normal. But Hassan does get the pick on the Magic Exploit. Rubino was not expecting him to be tucked in the corner like that. Rubino just cleans it up. That's 2 kills for himself, and that means B is wide open, but it's still a bathrooms battle going on here, and Pit is actually winning it. They can't route that bomb back to connector. They've been cut off.
2 plays 3, bomb dropped in bathroom. And Rubino, who picked off 2 pretty disgusting entry frags on short, now has to go one better, and he will oblige, but he's been tagged down to 28. That's going to make things a little bit more sketchy for Dignitas. 40 seconds on the timer. And Cajun B is on the prowl for a frag, and he spots the shoulder and the knee just sticking around the corner. He's converted that into a kill. Mike S, who had a lackluster dust too, has maybe a couple of points to prove, and he finds himself in a 1-on-2. He has made the correct decision. You can see from his movement he is assuming this is going to be a B hit, which indeed it is. He second-guessed himself for a second there, but he's about to get notified as the bomb gets planted. It's a lot to ask for Mike S, especially as an incendiary is going to block his path, so it's going to take vital time away, and he doesn't have a kit, so I mean, for me, he should never win this.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so, as he does begin to creep his way in through Graffiti to see if he can find something. Rubino, though, not showing himself, and Cajun B pretty pushed through short, so Mike S is going to have a hard time finding them, and they have, you know, good position. It's basically a crossfire. He does peek out into Rubino, who's going to end the round with the quad kill. Basically single-handedly won that round for his team. I mean, he got the 2 entries at B to lighten up the defense, and even after things got tough in the washrooms, he still found a couple of more kills to win the round. So, really well done from him. And so that's going to be now 4-1 in favor of Dignitas, and Penta right back to saving. So this could be where really Dignitas kind of just really grabs this game and doesn't let go of it.
I've got to say that Dignitas have been on fire tonight. They have looked in.
And you have to be happy about that, considering they're going into, you know, DreamHack Bucharest in just a few days. and they're looking to. I mean, they finally got over the heroic like curse, basically, where they were just storming everyone on the Danish scene. They finally were able to get the better of them at Star Ladder, and so they wound up actually having like kind of a. I think they got to top 4 there, right? So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can keep that up in Bucharest.
You know, we'll say, no disrespect to the likes of Penta or how Fnatic are playing right now, they will meet stiffer opposition at Bucharest, but they've been, you know, all pulling their weight.
They contested G2 pretty close at that tournament in the semifinals, by the way. So, I mean, I hope that they're actually getting back on form, because they're an exciting team to watch.
Well, they definitely are. You know, going back to Leipzig earlier this year is when I really, you know, I was casting
That's where they got everyone's attention.
Absolutely. You know, it's been the Kiev. You know, what I was going to say is obviously Kiev is no longer with them. He's moved across to greener pastures, or at least that's what he initially must have thought, to Australis, but they've been struggling themselves, so maybe this is where Dignitas start to get back up towards the promised land. This boy's going to get the last frag of the round. It was an eco, and now we go into a buy, and a pretty solid one at that. They actually have enough for at least one AWP. I'm curious if Crystal thinks about one as well now. He's going to stick with the M4. I thought maybe desperate times call for desperate measures approach may come in, but instead it's a standard buy and pretty much the best one that Penta have had so far.
Yeah, we'll see if they can put it to use here. My guess needs to be big with that op, and Dignitas, here comes that fast B. There's some good smokes and incendiaries that Penta can throw the counter this hour. Smoke's already been thrown, but look at Ravino just ripping through short config. Also finds the entry, and Ravino, my goodness, what is going on with this man? He's just had enough, and he's just tearing through. Config chimes in as well, and I mean, they just wrecked that round. Holy cow. There's nothing special about it, just brute force, really.
And I am loving this new approach from Dignitas on Overpass. I'm loving this hyper-aggressive play. The fact that typically Dignitas aren't necessarily, I wouldn't say they're kind of Na'Vi-esque in how slow they are, but they've never been a super aggro team either. They've been somewhere in the middle.
They were very Na'Vi-esque earlier this year. Lots of slow play, lots of mid-round calls, lots of like double fakes and things like that. But this is how every team is transitioning now into a hybrid style. Same with what Na'Vi has done and what SK has done, and several other teams, in fact. So, yeah, it's good to see that they can bring that out.
It's much needed, being able to have different gears and not being predictable. And so far, you can see the Penta have no idea how to contend with this, and they're into another sketchy buy with the UMP. Crystal is the first to fall, and meanwhile, plenty of actions happening on the site. Lowell's going to fall down. Everyone I switch to dies. That's always fun to watch, but I guess it's going to be coming around from the back. Stefan's the last play on truck side with the 5-7. Maybe if he picks off Cajun B, there's a bit of hope for him, as Cajun B is the bomb wielder. No. Intelligent play. Dignitas don't want to push too aggro. Strength in numbers approach. 7-1 lead.
Yeah, and now it's starting to look pretty one-sided at this point. I mean, Penta are basically in this big buy save rotation every other round until they can string together a couple in a row. And so Dignitas is going to take full control of that. I mean, look at how much money Dignitas has. They're probably never going to save again this half. Unless, like, things just take a huge turn for the worst.
Yeah, it would pretty much have to be Penta going on a crazy spree of rounds. But Dignitas are, by and large, set at this stage for the foreseeable future. IKS does get the drop onto MSL, so it's one of the better starts we've seen from the CTs thus far on Overpass, but I won't necessarily say that guarantees anything. Very aggressive positions are seen by Crystal, who hasn't moved an inch after getting that pick.
And look what it allows. Micas and Lau can now both rotate to B pretty safely now that Crystal's cleared this all out. And that's going to make Dignitas' execute here that much more difficult. But they have been so good at just brute forcing their way and trading, so we'll have to see if Vinta can actually battle back against that.
Now Crystal has taken it upon himself to start to play more aggressively, trying to get up around the back. He has stopped here for a while though, so I do wonder if more aggression would be required. I suppose it's just a purely off the basis of there being 50 seconds, so there's a chance that Dignitas could even sweep their way back around towards the T-spawn. But here we go, the aggression is going to come in, and here's the stack, and all off the back of that info as he called. Mike S, Tarsid, Stefan, all there in close proximity. Smokes and flashes have been exchanged between the teams. Mike S has picked up a triple in this round, much better by him, and Penta have picked up their second. But again, we're in that potential nightmare scenario where Penta have got to keep winning.
Yeah, if they had their money reset now, that's pretty much the half as a wash. Like, so this is really, really big for them. I mean, luckily they have enough money saved so they probably wouldn't have to necessarily double save if they lose this, but it still will put them in a really tough situation. So we'll see if they can keep it up here. Dignitas going to go back to their default and away from the heavy B this time around. And they're just going to kind of slowly work their way into control of Fountain and now begin to put pressure into the washrooms. Mike S misses his op shot, but no harm, no foul. He gets away taking no damage. He's able just to kind of reset up in the site, and Crystal will come back to assist him. And you even see them rotating 2 others. I mean, they're really biting on this, Penta. Luckily, it's a quick rotate the window from where they are, so they won't be like punished too much for over-rotating, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, Overpass is a very dynamic map for the CTs. It's only a few seconds rotation in between if you want to go to Heaven, for example, and peer across. So it's not quite as punishing as a map like Dusty or maybe Cobblestone would be. But yeah, absolutely. If you catch them in transition, that's where things can go horribly wrong for the CTs. Like if a couple players push off at the worst second, Dignitas will have the A site for themselves. But look at this. The stack now is moving. A 3-man death squad being headed by Crystal is going in through bathrooms, and they're hearing so much noise all around them. And this boy goes in, but he's going to get picked off. And now the last 2 remaining terrorists are going up long, but the bomb's been dropped in bathroom. And this will be the round going the way of Penta. That timing on that 3-man push through bathroom was exquisite. That was perfect.
Yeah, that was really well done. It just kind of disrupts Dignitas because they already, setting up their smokes in the site. They're getting ready to just execute there. Maybe thinking that Penta just kind of hold up behind the smokes inside the site, and they're just going to kind of fight there. But in reality, there's such a huge presence from Penta inside the washroom that Dignitas really gets caught off by that, I feel like. And that means Penta avoids having to deal with any kind of economy reset. And they also win the round fairly clean. They lose 2. So, I mean, it's not too bad. It means they can kind of build up a little bit of reserve cash for later. Meanwhile, still plenty of money for Dignitas, of course. They're not anywhere near saving just yet.
However, if they were to lose another couple rounds, and then we are in that position that we called before, where we'd have to be a big spree from Penta to force an eco, or to force a half-buy.
Right.
So Penta are moving in the right direction, but there is still a little bit of ground to cover. Dignitas, who were very B-centric in the earlier match against Fnatic, are looking to maybe start to address on that side of the map again. Oh dear, Tartan actually eats a headshot through the wall, down to 26. That's pretty rough.
It's actually one of the cool things about Overpass on the B side of the map is just how much spammability and boosting you can do on either side to like get early damage or get an early pick or something. Something I'd like to see explored maybe more to kind of make this map even a little bit cooler to watch. We've seen a lot of different boosts that you can do on this map actually, but look at this, Dignitas trading their way into a 4-on-3. Tossing next on the menu for Rubino there as he's woken back up.
Yeah, a player that is very prolific in those B plays, and now he is going to assume the close angle in water with his low health, only on 6 HP. Crystal coming from monster side, and Mykes on Graffiti. It's very much a split up retake, but they're going for it, judging by their position right now. But actually, Mykes flashes his teammate of Crystal, who then goes in and gets picked off. So I do wonder at that point. I mean, you look at the economy of Penta, there's a few players around 2.9 to 3k. Maybe just backing away and trying to save one of those weapons would have been the smart play instead.
Yeah, maybe so, because it certainly puts a hurting on them this round. They actually have to buy out 3 umps, and then next round they have no money at all, basically. So this could be where Dignitas actually jumps to 10-3 pretty rapidly. So they need to find a way to make these umps work, and Micah needs to have that op ring out well. He takes so much damage, that incendiary. Actually, not as much as I thought. Never mind, he got out of that pretty well. But he's not able to get that early pick he was looking for. But he transitions back over here to the washroom. He's watching this top party area, but again, just keeps kind of getting forced to backpedal. As Dignitas do take control of Long, but they still do have Crystal. Will he be checked?
Oh, flash on point. Very nicely done. Is he going to go in for seconds? Yes, he is. Decides to go for that pop flash again. He's going to be roaring on out. He gets himself traded out. I suppose the thing is, though, because they had no control over balloons, he kind of felt like his days were numbered anyway. So go out with a bang rather than a whimper. Of course, we could see from our perspective that not only did they have a player pushing from balloon side, but also one in connector. So not a terrible idea from Crystal, and Dignitas have gone a player behind, albeit with Stefan pretty low.
Yeah, he also swapped his M4 over to Tossin, realizing he had low HP, so kind of a cool little move there to get a gun back into someone's hands who has head armor and more HP. As Dignitas are now trying to figure out what they want to do next. They're running out of time, actually. They're coming back up through the ladder. Seems like they want to try to attack into Monster right now. There's basically 2 Penta members in each site, but the problem is Lyle has pushed pretty far up Washroom, so he's really just a few steps away from getting in the short B and being able to assist his teammates over there pretty quickly. So that's going to make things a little bit difficult for Dignitas. Even my guess is in position to rotate fast.
Yeah, I mean, this next kill means everything, right? Like, if Dignitas get it, then the site's potentially winnable. If the CTs take it, then it's probably over. And, well, there we go. It's actually gone the way of the terrorists, but it's not going to matter because the frags are being exchanged and Tossin gets 2. My guess with the other Dignitas will concede the round. I thought maybe they bought themselves up a little bit more time to get the bomb planted. Wasn't the case. And Penta, out of the last 4 rounds, they've won 3 of them. So it just goes to show how dominant Dignitas were for 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to creep back into this game. I mean, I don't think they're at a point yet where Dignitas is too threatened. If anything, it's just made Dignitas's like dominant lead just kind of turn into a smaller one, but still very good for the T side of this map.
Thought originally we were going to see Crystal play aggressively into Connector, but instead thought better of that decision, and we'll go back to the A site. Penta, we have seen them not scared of playing hyper-aggressive through balloons or even fountain, but this round is not going to be the same. Crystal now decides to start pushing up on long instead, and he's going to be holding the tight angle just past the flower bed. And you can hear a lot of footsteps in Washroom, so that is some info that's been gathered. He's about to get charged potentially from Cajun B in his AWP, and this could be a real close confrontation. Cajun B gets caught with a grenade out, and that's going to cost him his life. So good start by Penta. And now Dignitas looking to bounce back with a vengeance with hyper-aggression. MSL's the next to fall. And now Magic's boy has to come up with some serious entry frags. There's the first one. 2 on 3. And he's not going to get a second. And Penta have claimed a 5th round. So, yeah, definitely bouncing back with a vengeance. And Dignitas, this is pretty much going to be their last buy for me. They're going to be on a couple Tech 9s maybe.
Yeah, next round's going to be even worse, basically. So this could be where, like, Penn actually went out the half and make it 7-8, which wouldn't be bad considering how things started. At one point, they were down, what, 7-1? So they've won 4 out of the last 5 rounds. They have a chance to go 5 for 6 here. And again, money's just going to be time to Dignitas the rest of the half through. But they still have a couple AKs and 3 Tech 9s. They still pose a threat. But my guess, it's a big push on the Magic's boy in the stairwell. It takes him down. And Dignitas are also being held up at B pretty well by Lau here, who's been able to use incendiaries and smokes to really slow Dignitas down, who were probably thinking about just storming down the B side of the map.
It's actually impressive that Penta are even in a position where they could potentially just have a 1-round deficit at the end of this half. It was looking so bad after 7 rounds in a row. Dignitas were 7-1 in the lead, as it was Penta picked up the pistol, unable to convert on that. Vino goes in, headshot. Nice to fan, nice angle there up on the jump. MSL with the pop flash is going to be charging through. First frag goes his way, can't get the transfer of the spray across. And familiar territory, another 2 on 3. This time it favours Penta with 2 players on about half of their hit points. And Cajun B is going to try and be the bodyguard of the bomb planter, but he can't get it done. Config now in a 1 on 2 has the Tech 9 and the bomb plant going his way, but he has an AWP and an AK to contend with. Can he get this done? There's the first frag on his way. Finally onto Crystal. Thought it went down. Nick gets the headshot through the wall onto Mike S. What a clutch that is.
God, get bodied, Penta. Holy cow. Config with the clutch with the Tech 9. He's been playing a pretty good game. He's 16-8 right now. That was a big-time play. And that puts a big wallop on the Penta. I feel like I think they were just looking like really good to come back in the half. They were starting to get some rounds going for themselves. They went 4 for 5. And then all of a sudden, Dignitas there on kind of a mixed buy, able to steal it back. And now they actually have Penta up against the ropes, who are just on some ups and a couple of FAMASas and very low utility. No op in play. There's not a single kit to be found on their team. This is not looking good. This exchange at long A has been even. That's only going to help out Dignitas' case. But Tossin, he has a big flank potential here up the stairs.
Wow.
Yeah, you would think so. I think 9 is definitely more than enough on the terrorist side. I think this is one of the maps that, to me, still lean like a pretty good bit CT-sided. Not the most CT-sided map, but definitely one of the heavier ones towards that side, I think. So I think Dignitas will definitely feel fine with that half. I mean, maybe there's like a little bit of concern that they let them come back in a half that they had complete control of, but I mean, the total score still looks good.
Apologies. It's just getting a drink. Whole vocal cords are getting wrecked dust. I don't know about you. It's been quite a long night actually. The last 2 nights I think we've been casting for like 4 or 5 hours or so.
Something like that.
Not too bad. Not too shabby. For those of you wondering, we are in the warm-up of course, so don't worry, don't panic.
I do have to cast this weekend as well.
Oh, you're doing the power thing, right?
Yeah, it's unfortunate it runs alongside Bucharest. Sure, we won't get too much attention because of that. But I don't know the way the time zones work. Maybe some of our later night matches, you guys will be done already, and they'll be all right. It'll be cool because we're gonna get to see like SK start playing again with Fur back in the lineup in the tournament, so that'll be cool. Immortals will be a part of it, which they're obviously looking hot lately. Pretty much all the top North American teams are competing in it except for Cloud9 and Liquid, so it'll be an interesting little tournament.
Yeah, Fur, of course, back from his operations. To his nose and ears, I believe. So
yep.
Hopefully he's all good to go. At Showtime, of course, stepping in now and again. So I'll be curious to see how they get back to enjoying playing with Fur.
I think also that new Luminosity lineup's playing in it that has HSC and Showtime on it. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see like how that team changes with their new lineup. Because I thought they had a couple of good players on that team, particularly. Like Destiny is kind of a guy that I think has played really well for them, so I'll be curious to see what they do.
I mean, in terms of clashing with Bucharest is 2 hours ahead of UK time, so I think a lot of the game should be finished by the time you guys watch live. It is just NA, right? Just NA teams.
Yes. That and SK and Immortals.
Right. So
which compete in NA. So.
I would imagine it would start sort of late for Europeans.
Yeah, I think they normally start like around the IBFR matches. Probably start like in the not super early in the morning. So it might be a situation where our first couple of matches run against some of your last couple of matches or something like that. I don't know. Not too worried. So much CS these days, it's like impossible to not like go over each other basically.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's almost impossible not to have clashing tournaments or matches, but I think like when I casted the finals with you, that was at like 3 or 4 my time in the morning, so I think the important matches, of the tournament won't be clashing, for sure. Sure. But second pistol is going to be coming up, the last pistol of tonight, between these two teams. Dignitas on track to get the 4-0 for tonight's proceedings, which would be a much welcome boost to their seeding, their ranking in the league. I believe he said before this would put them to 9-5 overall, which is pretty solid stats across the board. Not too bad.
Certainly not. Apparently the other stream just got done, by the way.
Oh, it did? Okay.
Did win that second map.
So 1-1 then. Mousebots won the first one, I think. That's not bad with the standard, honestly, but let's jump back into the action at hand. It's going to be Penta running with 4 players up long, and the other one just got jump shot by Rubino. Just CS things. And it was looking a bit precarious for the CTs with 4 players strong with the Glock training in effect, but now it's gone horribly, horribly wrong for Penta, and a much-needed pistol goes by the wayside. So Dignitas now, they have everything going their way. They should convert out to sort of like a 12-6, and then that's a formidable lead on CT side of Overpass.
Oh yeah, definitely big. And apparently MBK just trolled me on Twitter, so actually their game's not over. So thanks a lot, MBK. I didn't have enough time to actually pay attention to the tweet properly to like read in between the lines, so you got me. Well done.
Baited, mate.
Yeah, so definitely you can check that out as NVS is playing Mouse Sports in the second map over on the main stream. Also, get back into this one though, right? Penta looking to see if they can't force back with some upgraded pistols and play back into this half here and now. But so far, Dignitas doing a great job clamping down. Though it is still some hope for Penta. And that hope is now gone.
XM, mate. Wrecked. Bomb also drops. Mike is close by the bomb and Config didn't play this aggro. Wasn't entirely sure what our final player is. You can see him even smoking behind him. So clearly thinking maybe the final terrorist had pushed through monster around the back of him. Of course, we have the benefit of minimap and X-ray and such, and we know that's not the case. But Mike S with his PT50 and a minute to play with. I mean, Config's pretty low alongside Cajun B, so maybe he can get a pick. The bomb plant and Config playing the mind games actually opens quickly. Looking for the jump shot. Surely not, mate. That would be too disgusting, and he's going to get punished. Mike S is still in this round, you know. He's still got time on his side, and as I mentioned before, Cajun B's health is far from ideal. And he's got an XM, so close range, he's going to be a bit of a bully. Smoking up into heaven, which is where Rubino actually was residing. So he's dropped down, assuming this will be the B hit, which indeed it will be. And Rubino's position should yield him a frag. I say that, but he went a little bit too long for comfort. Still, Dignitas do take the 11th round at the cost of 3 lives.
Yeah, so at least they're putting a little bit of a dent in Dignitas' economy, but nothing that Dignitas is too worried about. They're still on par to go ahead and 12-6 the start of this half, and as you noted, that's a really substantial lead to have, especially on the CT side of this map. So they're definitely in good shape to go ahead and win the second map as well. And again, if you're Dignitas and you're fighting for playoff contention, you know, getting the wins against Penta is kind of a must, I feel like, because some of the other competition is going to be a little bit more difficult to deal with. And they also got a 2-0 against Fnatic, though. That's actually one of the heavy hitters in the league that you beat there, so this is actually like a good little run for them in Pro League to have a good day today.
Absolutely, especially considering that before today they were, what, 4 and 5, I think? Somewhere around that mark, so they're actually...
I think they were 5 and 5.
5 and 5, right.
Then they went 7 and 5 after beating Fnatic, and now I guess they'll be 9 and 5 after this. So
right, okay.
If
so
they win, of course.
Today really was a huge day then for their ESL Pro
Absolutely.
League. You know, 4 potential points, and they're on points, or on track, I should say, to get them all. Penta do have a buy into this round and actually have the better of the 2 buys, all things considered, considering there's a UMP and an MP7 against full AKs. MSL spots a couple of players, does a lot of damage. Config is going to flash his way out. He's going to look to push in with the MP7. Actually gets a kill for his troubles. Very cheeky play. Cajun B in the meanwhile comes down connector, and Mike S will pluck him out of thin air. Magic's boy from behind. CT's playing so aggressive. All up in the face of the terrorists. You can see that Crystal wasn't sure which way to look. Rubino gets 2 sprays through the smoke. Disgusting. Dignitas have wrecked Penta. Morally, they have to be feeling so bad right now. Like, who does that on CT side?
I don't even know how you break that one down. I mean, they just got straight bodied. I mean, there's really nothing, no other way to explain that one. And now Penta basically have to save for when Dignitas goes for map point, so they basically have to concede this one, so it should be a quick 14-6 coming up for Dignitas, unless like they hit some 6 shots with these Deagles, which, I mean, is possible.
Well, it's pretty much going to take that. You have to feel the way Dig have been playing. They've not really missed out on many opportunities. And that round was just nuts. Like 3 or 4 players pushing up round the back of the terrorists. And, well, no huge surprises that Penta are being dismantled once again. The last 2 players are going to be Mike S and Crystal. Mike S is in connector again. Bit of deja vu with a PT50 as well. Spotted Rubino. It's going to cost him his life. And now Crystal with a Deagle. Up around the back of Playground. Bomb dropped on balloons. Pretty precarious position. And down he will fall. Dignitas are on the brink. They are a couple steps away from the finish line. They're going to have to go through this AK buy first.
Yeah, this is basically their last chance, though, you feel like. I mean, they definitely do have... Like, they could get some type of buy going since they'd be on max loss next round, but it wouldn't be as good as this one. Like, this is their best chance to get back into this one and see if they can actually challenge Dignitas for this map a little bit better, as Penta are setting up for what seems to be a heavy B execute, but the aggressiveness of Dignitas into middle and in the connector will mean they'll have a very fast rotate to support these guys over here in the B bomb site, but Config goes down really early, so Rubino needs to buy some time for this rotate to set in.
So far, so good for Penta. As the first times we've seen them get the bomb plant down and some frags, but once again, Rubino, Johnny on the spot. What a shot that is from Cajun B. The flick onto Crystal in midair. He's going to end up getting taken down, but Lowell definitely coming out second best in terms of HP remaining. Magis boy running around like an elephant. Definitely not stealthy. Flash lands in the face of Lowell, but it's not going to get capitalized on. Lowell's looking good for this kill right now. He'll be playing the mind games and will get the spray. Keeps Penta alive, but they lost 4 weapons in the process. How's their economy looking? They will have another buy, but again,
This is it.
not great.
Yeah, I mean, now if they lose this, you're going into a 1-round loss, and the most money you're going to have is going to be on Lau, who will have, like, just under... I don't know, like, it'll be like someone in the 4K range. Everyone else will be real low. Like, 3 of their players will only have, like, around $1,500. So this has to work now for Penta. Like, yeah, sure, you got that round, but you're not out of the woods yet. You have to connect it with this one as well. Otherwise, Dignitas are still going to wind up crushing you, basically.
Absolutely, there's no room for error now. There's no second chances for Penta. They lost the first player as well, just to make it that much more demoralizing and stressful. But Tarsin alleviates some of the pressure that was mounting. Cajun B's dead. That's been on point today. Some of the shots he's landed have been very nice to watch. But just boy actually holding the off angle. Don't really expect someone to be here in this situation, and you can get 1 frag, but that's it. So the terrorists, all things considered, honestly, a 2-for-2 trade with that much time left and all 3 players healthy is pretty solid turn of events. Problem for Penta is they haven't really been able to capitalize on these advantages in the past, so I am still a little bit worried for them.
Yeah, even 3-on-3 situation here right now. Penta staging up from perhaps a B attack. They had 2 up short, and they do see Crystal sending out long. And they get a nice flash thing on the Ravino, actually, who's in a good spot, but he gets caught, but Config doesn't care about any of that. He'll find a hat trick for himself and close out the round. And now Penta, look at this. They have nothing to work with practically. Some pistols will come out, but I mean, this is probably all for naught, right? Dignitas should be able to close out here. Even a double op setup in play for Dignitas.
What I will say though is double up setup. If Penta decide to say screw this, let's just rush, double ups could be an Achilles heel for Dignitas. I'm very curious to see how this can play out. Of course, if KHB just pushes with a great spawn and wrecks Tarsin, then
yeah, that
definitely
changes
makes things easier. But yeah, this is looking, well, a commanding lead for Dignitas. I don't think in any of the maps we've casted tonight with Dignitas it's got remotely close. Like, they've all been fairly one-sided affairs.
Yeah, the first half of Overpass against Fnatic was pretty close. But other than that, yeah, it's been Dignitas on point. As this could be the last round of the day for us here on the B stream, unless Penta have a miracle happen. But they're getting slowly kind of torn apart, and now that speed is becoming even more rapid. As Boy finds a couple pretty quickly, and so it's only Lau and Mike that's left at this point, and MSL has found Lau. So now all on the shoulders of Mike S, who has a Tech 9, a nade, half armor, a flank kill on Rubino, and I mean, I don't know what much else he can do. He doesn't have control of the bomb. He's running out of time.
He now has an AWP, and he's an AWP main. There's too many players, and well, that's going to be it. That's going to be all she wrote. Dignitas close out 16-7 in the end. 4-0 clean sweep, flawless night of ESL Pro League for the Danes, and I've got to say, a much needed night of huge results overall.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's a big win for Mouse Sports to get. Again, that propels them. I'm trying to think here. I think now they're actually 8-5 now. So I guess I was 1 off. So that's still good though. Like they're in decent position now. They do have some tougher opposition coming up a little bit later on down the season. I mean, they still have to play against like a team like Navi, who will be difficult. I think Heroic is also a pretty solid team. So they definitely still have, some decent matches to play. But they're getting in a decent position to put themselves in playoff contention, actually. I take that back. They are, in fact, 9-5. I'm wrong again. They didn't update for me. But, yeah, so they still need to play against Heroic and Astralis and FaZe. Those are probably some of the big names they still need to face, and Navi as well. So they definitely still have like a decently difficult schedule to play. But at least they have been able to take care of business against Fnatic, which is going to be one of the more difficult teams they had to face. They split maps with Nip. So, yeah.
Yeah, some of those teams that you mentioned, Heroic and Astralis, I mean, they're teams that Dignitas obviously know very well. They've had a lot of close confrontations with them. It's been back and forth in the Danish scene, so I'd be very curious to see actually how they fare against those two. Plus FaZe as well, who've been very hit or miss and have been for quite some time, to be fair. But that's going to do it for us tonight, as we do reach the conclusion of tonight's proceedings. Any final thoughts, words, anything you'd like to say before we cut the stream off?
Yeah, no, it's just thanks everyone for tuning in. It was fun casting the past couple of days with you, Metis, and connecting back up and doing a couple of matches. Had some fun matches. Fnatic and Dignitas definitely fun to watch today. Had a couple of good games yesterday as well. That's gonna do it for me on the ESL Pro League streams. I'm not sure when or if I'll be back, but I know Metis will be doing a little bit next week. And of course, Metis, you'll be at DreamHack Bucharest this weekend. I'll be doing All by Power stuff this weekend. So yeah, you can give us a follow at OnFireMetis, at Dust Moret. We appreciate all your support. Yeah, that's it. That's it for me.
Cool. Okay. Well, I will see you next week, guys. Again, thanks very much, Dust, for joining me. Hope you enjoyed. And there will be more ESL Pro League matches. It will be on the main stream coming up this week as well. So make sure you tune into those. But we'll see you next time, guys. Take care.